Good morning, everyone.
Hey, good morning, Leah.
Good morning.
So we don't have Kaylee today. So whoever wants to go ahead and get started on the consent, one of you guys is gonna have to share your screen. Just let me know how you guys want to work it out.
Yeah. Who's there for consent besides myself?
I think it's just you for this morning. We can have Robert, are you available? He might be away from his desk. Let me see if I can.
He's muted.
Oh, no, he's there. Hi, Robert. Good morning. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm happy to do the consent with you. I don't have the plans loaded up on this computer though to share them. I'm looking at them on a different screen, so somebody else will have to share the plans.
I can put him on. Can I share the screen? Let's see. No, the host has to allow me.
All right, go ahead, Alex. Try now.
Yes, share screen. Yes, this one. Share. Can you see that screen doesn't do very well there? Las Palmas, right? Is that, no, are we in Las Palmas?
Hold on.
Yes.
I saw that one before, so it should be here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, all right, let me look at the agenda. So who's the applicant? Is that that's you, Greg?
Yeah. Hello. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning. Let's see, what we said is, we didn't say a lot. We said reduce the height of the chimney. Yep.
Yes, I reduced it 8 inches as requested.
Okay, let me see. If I'm looking down, let's see what page.
On,
Here are the elevations. Let's see. It takes a little bit to download. Here we go. Maybe you can make this a little bit bigger. And okay, and I see a detail of that.
yeah, it's on 1.6.
Let's see, which one would that be?
And it's down up. Looks like it's.
That's 1.6. Yeah,
That's correct.
I
Yes.
hit it just exactly on the dot. There we go.
Yeah. So I reduced the living room one. It's only 2 foot 1 inches tall, and the master bathroom is 1 foot 10.
Okay.
So they're
all right,
quite reduced.
We have details. Yeah, okay, we got details, we got the elevations. Okay, very good. So this would be ready to go then. Okay, so
Right.
you have to have a modification, right? Or
Yeah, it was passed a couple days ago.
so this is for final, right?
Correct.
Okay, very good. So we'll do that when we approve the consent calendar in a few minutes. So you're good to
Great.
go.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Alex. Have a good day.
So I can stop sharing, I guess.
Well, Alex, since you did such a good job with that, do you want to run the plans during the meeting? I asked Josh, he hasn't responded yet, but
Right, very
we need
good.
somebody to.
So where do you want to go? Do we need the, let's see, what do we do first?
That'll probably be the minutes would be the first thing from October 1st.
Group minutes, here we go. You guys see the screen, right? Are you looking at
Yeah.
this? Okay, very good. So we were all, okay, everybody except Josh were present. Let's see. Consent agenda.
Well, we still have to go through public comment and agenda status, but this will be the first thing that we need up on the screen.
Oh yeah, right. I'm sorry. I forgot a little detail. Okay, very good. Go ahead. you're gonna call for public comment?
Yep, as soon as we have a quorum.
Oh, that's okay. That's right.
I see John is here. Okay.
I don't see John. Where is he? I only see one, 2, 3.
Alright.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now I get. Yeah. Okay. I see it now. Sorry.
Okay. So I think we can then call to order the SBAR meeting of October 15th, 2021, beginning with public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda for today? If so, please raise your virtual hand.
Mr.
right.
Not having your speak?
None, okay. Very good, then we can move on to item number 2, the agenda status report. Any changes, Leah?
No changes to today's standard agenda.
Okay. Now we can do the minutes, Alex.
Okay. So here we have the. Okay. Okay. So we have item C1. It's right there. There's a comment there. And any questions on that? Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, for the,
For the consent calendar.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then this is the Ocean Meadows. Okay. Okay.
mhm.
Okay with that? On item 4.
Yeah,
Can you hear me? I haven't got any audio.
yeah, we can hear you now.
Speak out if you have comments on any of these items, on any of these, on the minutes.
Okay, John, can you hear us? Maybe not. Leah, can you maybe talk to John and see if he's having issues? And also send Josh the links.
Will do. Does he need a Zoom invite as well, or just
I
the
think
link? to-
so. I think that's what he's asking for.
Okay, let me see what's going on here. Give me just a sec.
Okay.
Okay, on the screen, we have the project in Summerland that received final approval.
Steady planter edge. It seems to me that B, I guess it was most members, wasn't it? Or was that the one we did? Did we do a straw vote on that? It was like 4-3. I can't remember.
Yeah. Well,
I don't believe there was a straw vote.
Okay.
You want me to say most members?
Alex, do you remember? I think
It did make it into the action as a recommendation.
yeah,
Yeah, so I think we could almost just say base concrete color appears too dark. Whole house could be a shade lighter.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine. Item 2/7. Oh, that was, okay.
Yeah, this is the dispensary with the building remodel, right?
Yeah. Do we want to be more specific with the first item or comment A, site plan needs work? That was kind of the major.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're
Actually-
stronger in there. I think we said at least I had very strong comments on the site plan.
Yeah, I almost think that we should separate A and start with site plan needs work. And as part of A includes study ways to improve relationship to street, make it more pedestrian friendly, and then paving is excessive. And then style of building is appropriate.
Yeah.
Maybe in there too was a discussion about opportunities to screen the parking lot from the street.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it says, improve relation to the street. That means screen, that's what it means, screen parking lot from the street. Yeah.
So, so I have under A now, it says site plan needs work, study ways to improve relationship to the street and make it more pedestrian friendly. B is paving is excessive and need to introduce more landscaping, study opportunities to add canopy trees and incorporate planter. Western property boundary if possible. You want me to add in there something about after the need to introduce more landscaping to increase screening from the street or something?
Yeah, I think paving is excessive. There's a lot of different things in one one comment there, because then we have at the bottom, we have study paving variety to break up paving. So those should be together. Paving is excessive, study incorporating variety to break up paving. And then the next comment should be need to introduce more landscaping, especially in order to screen parking lot from the street. And then study opportunities to add canopy trees, incorporate planter on west boundary if possible. So let's group the landscape comments together and the paving comments together.
Okay, got it.
Okay, anything else?
The action here is
Yes.
carried over from the last item, it looks like,
Yeah, that's not correct.
mistakenly. So it was just return for further conceptual, right?
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, now the cell, the cell, the projects. Okay. Okay, with item 3.
And looks okay.
Do you feel like I captured your comments
Yeah,
sufficiently?
looks like it.
existential debate. It was encapsulated here.
I mean, is there a way to provide landscape screening to a pole like this? I don't think that's semantic.
Sure. Italian cypress.
So architects could do.
You guys are going to be proposing landscaping on poles now.
I thought that landscape architects could fix any problems.
True.
Fine. Okay, next one. So this one is okay. I'm not sure what item C would do. Is are we telling them to move it, or what exactly? I'm not sure what that means. I mean, I
I
don't
think it was
remember.
already proposed to be as far away from the residences. It was out over the street. I don't know if that comment's necessary.
I can remove it. It was, as far as the direction of the arm brace, it was pointing away from the residence, I think. I think the reason it was in there as opposed to rotating it to be more parallel with the street, you felt it was better to have it pointed away from the house.
Maybe then we should say that SBAR supports keeping the what is it, the antenna as far away from the adjacent residence as possible, or something like that. But indicating that we prefer that. Otherwise, it's really hard to understand what it means.
Okay.
Okay, there's a lot of comment on the guy wire. It's almost like, well, we're repeating the same thing, but with different wording.
Okay, does all that work for you guys? I missed those last three, the last meeting, so.
We had a lot of fun, Chris, and you really missed a very, very
was-
Yeah, you missed the best part.
Really? I was very disappointed.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we can leave it like this. All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I'll make a
it's-
motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
I second the motion.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
I,
I guess I'll abstain from the last three items, and then Josh would abstain as well. I think he wasn't there for the whole meeting. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, moving on. SBAR members informational briefings. Anyone have any news to share?
I
Question?
slept in a Holiday Inn last night.
Okay, good.
how was the design of it?
Go Dodgers.
All right, nothing else? Do they have a pool? Okay, staff
know.
update, item 5. Alex, Tuttle?
I don't have anything for you today.
Okay. And
I guess I could announce for your information that to no one's surprise, probably, that Crown Castle has appealed those 2 denials.
Okay. Which means what? It goes to planning?
It will
commission?
go to the planning commission.
Okay.
That's a good place for it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, so do we have a report on the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency as indicated on the agenda, or was that last time?
we did that last time as far as doing the monthly check-ins. So, yeah.
Sorry for the interruption. We have some weird meeting dates that fall just beyond that 30-day deadline. So you might, every now and then, you might be seeing this item on the agenda back to back, just so that we make sure that we meet that 30 days between voting. So this is one of those cases. I think if we had waited, it would have been 31 days until our next meeting.
Got it.
So, yeah, you'll have to take a vote on that. I don't have any changes to, like the actual meeting site here. We haven't made any changes to the hearing room or anything like that as of yet. And as far as I know, health officials have not made any changes as far as the state of COVID as well.
Okay, so we need to take a vote.
Exactly.
Okay, so all those in favor of extending the online meeting format for 30 days, say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Opposed.
Good work, everybody. All right.
I'll be opposed to that.
So moving onward with the consent agenda, we had one item. I'll let Alex
Yes, that was the
describe.
final, yeah, there was a final approval for this project on Las Palmas, 965 Las Palmas Drive. And that was the one where we asked the applicant to reduce the chimney cap to lower it by a few inches. And everything is fine, so we recommend a final approval for this project. I make that motion. And
Okay.
Robert, can you second that?
I'll second it. I was there to see it all too.
Okay, all those in favor? say
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Alex and Robert. So moving on then to the standard agenda, beginning with item number 1. This is the Neff new dwelling, garage, ADU, and pool. Request of Jennifer Siemens, agent for Sean Neff, for preliminary approval and viewing of story poles of a new 113 square foot multi-level house, 488 square foot attached garage, 8 foot by 15 foot spa, and 700 square feet of decks. The structure is demolished and was to require less than 50 cubic yards of cut and fill. It's a 0.31 acre parcel located at 3525 Padero Lane, last heard October 2nd of 2020. And do we have the applicants here? Please state your names for the record.
Sorry, guys, getting on there. Robin Donaldson.
Chris Merritt from Ground Studio.
Okay, Robin, you want me to go ahead and read through these comments, or do you want to take them one by one?
Why don't you read through them? That'd be helpful, Chris, and then
Okay,
I'll just hit on them quickly.
okay, all
Thank you.
right. So we have 6 comments from the meeting about a year ago. So comment A, mechanics of architectural, I guess that should be mechanics of architecture is deliberate and helps to maintain rhythm of development at street front and beachfront. Board is supportive of proposed materials and architectural style. B, citing of proposal is respectful to privacy between neighbors and project has been carefully executed with specific environmental issues of setting in mind. C, the proposed setback on Padero Lane is consistent with neighbor conditions, maintains continuity of the neighborhood, and the proposed structure is geometrically situated to respond directly to the adjacent structures. Location of proposed structure is appropriate in terms of setbacks. Therefore, the board supports the variance. D, return with landscape plan. Provide additional planting space where possible, particularly around property boundaries. Proposed 30-inch wide hedge could be increased in sections to provide additional hedge species and break up the long sight line. E, study use of color with concrete board form siding. Board recommends use of stain in concrete to darken walls. F, some board members feel the massing of the blank concrete walls could be softened with landscaping. So I will turn it over to Robin for your presentation.
And Robin, before you start, this is Alex, just to fill you in on the planning side. So since you last reviewed the project, it did receive its variance approval, as well as the coastal development permit by the zoning administrator. So it is back, for your board for wrap up. I believe there's a planner memo. I think it highlights just maybe 1 or 2 issues related to lighting for you to look at as you review the project, but otherwise it's good to go.
Yeah, I have a planner memo here. I'll just read through it briefly. So project may proceed For preliminary, planner has advised agent that all lighting should be down shielded in order to be dark sky compliant. Plans currently show uplighting, but this will be resolved prior to permit approval. Project is consistent with the AR1 zone, the coastal zoning ordinance, and the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the Toro Canyon plan. No further planner comments.
Robin, you can tell us what set or what page you would like to do. I've been going through the first set. I'm on the second set now.
Okay, I think it's this, Alex, the second set.
Okay.
And I was wondering if maybe we should start with landscape. Since the board, you guys only saw a conceptual landscape that we prepared. And we've got Chris Merritt on from Ground Studio, who's prepared a comprehensive landscape presentation. I think most of you are familiar with the building, and I just think we get up to speed on the landscape, be the most efficient.
So which set is it? Is it one of these two?
It should be in our package, that same package.
The B, you think?
The package had to be broken up to keep it below 15 megabytes.
Okay,
Would
so-
it be helpful if I shared my screen, which has the complete, so we don't have to keep going through each PDF?
We can't do that, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay.
But if you guys, I mean, for next time, if you compress those files, you should be able to.
No, it's good, but it's just that we don't know which one it is.
So Alex,
Four
which
sets.
one is it?
Okay, let's try the last one. See if it's here. This.
Yeah, that looks like the irrigation drawings there. It's probably the end of the set.
Okay, well, this is.
Maybe C.
And you think this is too much? This is all right. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, those are all irrigation details.
All right, let's go with this.
C. Probably towards the end of C.
Okay.
It starts on page 10 or sheet 10 of C.
All right, very good.
And the board, you can see we've got a lot of documents here. And though we're not agendized for it, I had hoped we could do preliminary final. We're agendized for preliminary, so I'm hoping we get through preliminary. And maybe if you guys are comfortable, final on consent, but just a suggest, we'll see how it goes here. So, Chris, is that your first page?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks,
Okay, if
Robin.
you can run through that quickly, it'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thanks, Chair and committee members. So the first few sheets you're going to see here are just strictly about site analysis. And I think just the basis of this project is that it's just extremely unique. The conditions are really unique. The edge conditions, the lot size, the architecture. And really, we spent an extensive amount of time studying all of the edges and also the street frontage, really just thinking about, plant material that's existing on site, how we can utilize multi-prong approach for screening in terms of like screening at eye level, screening vertical, and we're working in really thin spaces. And so what we did, we spent a lot of time inside Robin's model looking out. Actually, this is a really good image here, because just thinking about inside out, not only are we thinking we would have a new perimeter fence, but also you can kind of see some of the images on the left here and also the image on the right, where we're wanting to actually look at potentially bringing in some type of screening element that actually emerges from Robin's deck at very key strategic points. So we've studied the neighbor to the east, we've studied the neighbor to the west, and we've also basically lived in the model looking out the windows, and every tree that you see placed on the property is really in a very key spot for screening specifically. And just thinking about the conditions of the site, obviously it's, right on the coast, it's literally on the sand. So there's obviously that element as well. But just making sure that we privatize the edges, all the while trying to, bring a palette that's extremely simplified, that works with Robin's building. And so you can begin to see the images. Could you go back to that sheet? Yeah, one more up.
One more up, okay.
Yeah, sorry, the go down to.
Page 18.
Yeah, that's perfect. this is a really good sheet just to kind of give you a general sense of the plant palette. So given that Robin's building is so stunning, we really just want to make sure that the plant palette in the landscape design responds to that in such a way that not only is it sculptural in quality, but it also provides that edge condition screening for the neighbors. And so the image on the left is a tree called Banksia integrifolia. And so, the client's request was really wanting a tree that would be cleanly, minimal maintenance, but also sculptural in quality. But then our requirements obviously are like working within a really thin confine on the edges, but also gets extremely vertical as well. So we needed to get it to a certain height to screen the neighbors, right, in key spots. And so we are devised this plan where actually these trees are coming out of the deck versus just kind of a linear hedge on the edge. And then also the planting concept on the ground plane, like in the sand, because really the star is Robin's building in the sand dune. So we really just wanted to have the plant palette be extremely restrained and just native, as if, we built the building around this plant palette. So the first day that we were on site, we noticed a grass that's native to the dunes. It's called Lamus condensatus, and it's the image in the upper middle next to kind of that purple plant. It's kind of a bluish grass. That grass is native to California, and that's about 75% of our plant palette. And so the intention with the planting design on the ground plane, as if like the wind just blew seeds under Robin's building and they just appeared there. And then there's a couple accent plants. There's a plant called Erigeron. That's an accent into that, which is the bottom middle. It's kind of that rust color. That's actually native to San Miguel Island, which our client has views to. So we've been trying to kind of connect that, plant palette to the context of the site as well. And then the street frontage, we really want to, try and kind of soften the edges with the neighbors. So we've also brought in, we have trees, the Banksia trees, in addition to the grass I was describing, and then also the image on the bottom right, it's a Dodonea. So it's kind of giving a little bit more of a depth to it as well. And so we can go to the next sheet here. Yeah, which kind of begins to show, I don't know if you're able to zoom in on the plan yeah, perfect. So the edges all have new fencing. The horizontal deck the horizontal deck you walk on then becomes the vertical fence. So it's essentially one integral element. And then the actual trees come right out of the deck, like you'd see in kind of a beachfront property in like a very tight condition like this, because we're only in some areas we're working with like 4 or 5 feet. So we just want to be strategic on a tree that gets to a height that you can literally walk around, and also of a sculptural quality. And then the water use on the project is extremely low. There's, we're not even planting a quarter of the property. So we're quite low. And like I said, the Lamus, the blue grass is native. And then also the Erigeron is native as well. So we've been trying to, simplify that as well.
Chris, you have renderings of the perimeter so they understand this idea of the trees coming out of the walkway deck?
I think it was in one of the previous sets, Alex or Nick.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that. Why don't you
Yeah.
just continue and we'll get to that.
Okay. Should we go to something else? Or where should we go, Robin?
Let's go back to the first package there, right? Take a guess at this, but I thought it would be good to see where those renderings are. I think they're in this first part. Let's just
Yeah.
go down on that a bit.
Sheet 12 of package A.
Sheet 12. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, so you can begin to see that idea, of how these trees are coming out of the deck. You're walking right around them, but you're also engaging them, and they're all placed to not only screen key views out from, our owner's property to the neighbors, but also vice versa. So these are placed in very specific spots for a reason.
I think the image, the lower left image,
Yeah.
the concept of the house is this kind of walkway on the north side of the property, along the edge of the property. You can see the trees kind of coming out of the walkway. And this is different than what we presented in the concept, where we presented the concept like a 30-inch edge that would be bamboo or something growing up vertically. But we thought this was much more successful to get these trees up and the canopies of the trees in terms of the screening from both sides. It's really a nice idea. It gives us some room to work with, and the trees have room. These are all conceptual renderings for Alex. But I think that was, the comments touch on, providing additional planting space where possible, particularly around the property boundaries. And we found, interestingly, that these trees coming out of the deck turned out to be the best way to handle that. And then we're showing in the renders, you start to see the grasses and the different shrubbery coming in underneath the house. Sorry, Chris, I just wanted to kind of link the notes I have here.
Yeah, that's perfect, Robin, because I think, as we kind of started this venture with Robin, the key thing we saw was that the main level that's living is actually like a second story level. So, and then there's an additional story on top of that. For us to get a verticality in a hedge would be really difficult. So we felt like the trees would potentially be more successful in that. And then also the neighbors have a second story as well. So we thought it could work out, perfectly for both properties.
Chris, I'd like to point out the upper left image is as you're driving down the street, you're looking at the house. This image, we probably should go back, if we can, to Chris's plan, and you can see how he has other shrubbery there. It's more shrubbery than we're showing in our architectural rendering.
Yeah.
So it's not that rendering isn't correlating to his plan, but some of those shrubs that he had shown on the plan, and I don't know, Alex, if
well, I have to go back. It was in this one here, right?
Yeah.
you know the page, Alex.
I think it was the last page, actually, in the set.
Yeah. I think to the neighborhood, that's of particular interest, is that area there.
Yeah, it's this sheet here.
This one 19?
Yeah.
You had more detail on one of them, or is that it?
Yeah, this is it here, Robin. And you can see those kind of, there's a purple symbol on the plan.
Right.
That's kind of an informal hedge concept, which is the plant. If you go back one sheet, it is the plant in the bottom right image.
This one?
Exactly, yeah. So not only would we have trees for height, we'd also have, which this is a really, really old form that probably would take 30 or 40 years.
Okay. So we had another comment about the concrete board color. Study use of color with concrete board form siding. Board recommends use of stain in concrete to darken walls. Did you respond to that, or you left it the same, or did you make it dark?
I've left it the same, and here's why, and I hope the board understands this, or my reasoning makes sense. That we can't stain the concrete per se. Of course, we could add an integral color. To darken it, the only thing that's really going to darken the color and value is a black, which will make the house go kind of a darker gray. And I'm not sure that really, in the context with the sand color and so on, the house kind of going a darker gray, even darker than concrete is gray already. I don't know that it's going to really achieve what anybody wants it to achieve. I'm not sure about the comment, honestly, about the concrete's already going to be fairly gray. It will lighten over time, which concrete does do, especially on the sides that get a lot of sun. But I think our renders are fairly accurate. to it. And then we had the gray. It's just, I'm just afraid we're going to have kind of a dark gray box there, which I'm not sure is.
All right, very good. Chris, is there anything else that you would like to me to go to?
I don't think so. Robin, was there anything else you wanted to mention?
Not related to landscape.
Okay.
And then Alex, maybe we go, Alex Peugeot, maybe we go back to that first PDF and then we can hit on the, I think we've addressed, feel the massing of the blank concrete could be softened with landscaping. I think we hit on that. Most of the comments had to do with landscaping. First three comments had to do with basically support for the variance, which we got, thank you. And otherwise, the design, the massing, everything is exactly as you guys saw before. Our package, if you go further down in that package, Alex, if you want to see, we can revisit. Yeah, you can start there at 12 and just click through. Those are the renderings we saw. Keep going. These are just physical photos of the physical model. Again, exactly what we had shown you guys before.
That's all we have here. We need to go to the second one, probably for details and the imagine.
Yeah, then we'll get into renderings and colors. Oh, and then we have the material board. Let's hit that material board because that's germane to the comment about the. And then, of course, there was also that you see the lighting in the lower left. You know, this notion of the uplights, and I think that was on the trees. We had that initially. We're taking that off. We understand the night sky ordinance, so that'll be taken care of. The palette up above shows our window palette, the concrete color, railings, exterior. We're going to use hot rolled steel for the face of the garage and the gate that goes onto that long walkway that the trees are coming out of. And you would see that from Padaro Lane in the front elevation. And pretty simple color, you know, in terms of a exterior palette, you know, or glass, concrete, the window frames, and the that accent of the hot rolled steel for the garages and the gates.
What is the decking material, the boardwalks and such? Is that shown on there? Did I miss that?
Yeah, we have a material. It's a you know what? I'm not sure if it's shown on there or not. Sorry.
Composite decking on the bottom right there.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Is that white?
And yeah, that's a white sample. Unfortunately, they're going to match the color of the wood. There's that it's kind of a light wood color, like that wood flooring color. What we're trying to do is have that outdoor decking just match the wood color of the house. This is a product that's made with recycled plastic. It's really strong for exteriors. You'll see it on boat docks sometimes. And they do it in big, thick planks, and they can match the color. We're having them work on matching that color. So it'd be kind of that light brown. It looks like wood. They stamp a wood grain into it and so on. It's just very bulletproof in the marine environment.
And the decking and the fencing is the same material?
Yeah, the idea is the decking comes and the fencing turns up in the same material. By the way, the fencing on the north side of the property, the fencing on the south side facing Carpinteria and our neighbor to that side is hot rolled steel. So it's kind of a dark rust color. It's that color. Yep. Thank you.
Sorry, that was the fencing you said?
Yeah, the fencing on the side towards Carpinteria.
Okay.
You can see it in the renderings where you're looking at renderings underneath the building back on whatever page that was. Sorry, we'd have to go back to another PDF.
That's okay.
Go to elevations, maybe.
Yeah, keep going, Alex. You're almost there, right there. These are rendered elevations of the project. We have other elevations that show all the height and so on. We're looking at using a board, like a plywood board for the formwork. And it'll, of course, you'll see the joints of the formwork. We're not going to have the little holes. We're going to be using the fiberglass ties that you grind off. They kind of disappears. So it'll look it'll have the paneling of the 4 foot by 8 foot sheets, but without all the dots and so on.
Okay.
Of course, that's the side. And of course, this, you're kind of looking at the end elevations are kind of odd obliques. And then we have the next drawing gets into the heights and sections and all those kind of information on there. Obviously, we're staying within the 25 feet above the existing grade.
Okay. I think we have a good idea. Is there anything else you want to share on the architecture aspect?
It's basically what you guys saw before.
Yeah.
And I think we walked through the model before in more detail, but it's what you guys saw.
Okay.
Do you have any details? You're going for final. Don't you have a detailed page or two?
We do have a detailed page. We're agendized for preliminary, so I don't think we
Yeah,
can
we can't do final, Alex. But,
Okay, all right, okay, very good.
all right. So let's bring it back to the board then for questions. Let's see. Member Peugeot, questions?
Nope.
Okay, Member Froscher,
No,
Mr. Bloomer. Is Josh here? He was. Vice Chair Bloomer, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, Member Richards.
I had just a question. Are you guys showing planting that's underneath the building? Is that kind of part of the idea?
Yeah, we're actually 6 feet. Underside of the building ranges from 5 to 6 feet above the sand. So we're actually showing some landscape going underneath the building.
Which are native grasses.
Grasses, yeah, mainly grasses. We can't go all the way under, but we're still getting some sun and light.
And is that going like directly into the sand that's there, or are you guys changing the material?
Directly into the sand.
Okay. Cool. That was my question. Thanks.
Okay, Member Verdiak.
No questions.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. We had no letters and I see no hands go up. So we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Member Peugeot.
Well, I think it's consistent with what we saw before. It's an interesting design, brave and well executed, and it's ready for approval.
Okay, Member Froscher.
yeah, I think it's quite fully developed, and I think the landscape solutions work fine, given the constraints and the idea of getting verticality and the way that the views to neighbors have been studied and privacy issues. So I think it's ready for approval.
Okay, Member Verdiak.
Well, I feel much better about seeing the plywood forming. I thought the board forming would be a little too strong for this beach front street. So I think it's consistent now with the sculptural and effect of it. And so I can certainly support this project now.
Okay, Member Richards.
Yeah, I think it's an awesome project too. I appreciate the landscape design that's been brought. I think it's clever, inserting those trees through the deck, the constraints you've got. And I think the planting palette is appropriate for the site. And so good job. I support it.
Okay, Vice Chair Bloomer.
I agree with all the comments thus far, and I just wanted to reiterate how pleased I think we are to see that the attempt to leave the sand in place. I think that's a nice, if it is at all precedent setting, it's a nice way to show folks how to do that and leave the beach sand in place is, seems like a wonderful idea and well executed. So, and I'll just make a quick comment as to that, since it was in the record before with the concrete color. I was thinking about it too, just technically, you know, the concrete has a lot of mass and tends to take in heat and hold it. And I think the darker the color, the more it shall do that. And I don't know, in this climate, that would be such a good thing to have that much mass absorbing that much heat. It just puts more strain on the building systems to cool it and makes it uncomfortable walking around it. And I have a pretty good sense that over time, this concrete's going to age in place. And if you go to look at some of the concrete architecture that's been done in the last 50 years, you see that, and it's absolutely gorgeous. And this is a, you know, this will be a good example of that. I think it'll mellow out and blend in and be quite a nice structure in this neighborhood. So it's masterful work, and it's fun to see it come to life. Good luck building it.
Okay, thank you. I think that was everyone. I agree with most of the comments here. I have a little different take on the landscape, though. I think there's some interesting solutions with trees coming out of the deck and whatnot, but there's been a major reduction in like biomass, and so I'm a little worried that the landscape is a little anemic and that it might make that underside, you know, be dominated by hardscape and feel a little maybe cold and stark. I'm not sure, you know, Lamus is not really a dune grass, it's a canyon grass, and so I'm not sure how well it will work in the sand. It might, hopefully it will. You may have to add some compost or other plant matter, but underneath the house there, I'm just worried that the Lamus will not get enough sun either. So I just would encourage you to maybe, I'm sure you've done some sun studies, Robin, on this, and take a look at how much sun that area gets. I love the concept of the sand coming in. And the concept is great. I just feel like we've lost a lot of biomass. So, but everybody else seems fine with it. So I think I'm out on here on my own. The other thing that I was going to maybe suggest is you have some gorgeous shapes in the building itself, and then all of the decking and everything is just completely rectilinear. It'd be nice to throw a curve in there somewhere to connect up with the architectural design. But anyway, I still think it's, a beautiful project, and I guess we'll just call those suggestions. But I think it could use more biomass. It's been reduced considerably. So that is it for me, though. But I would support an approval as well. So.
Hey, Chris, can I just ask one question about the biomass? When you say it's reduced considerably, reduced from what?
Well, the previous iteration, when you had the hedges, I think going down both sides.
Okay.
That's green wall, and now it's deck to fence, and there's no relief there, and I just think it's going to feel kind of cold. But yeah,
okay. Understood.
So with that, we'll entertain a motion from someone.
I'll make a motion with those comments.
I'll second.
All right.
For preliminary what do you think about final on consent? I mean, this is pretty complete right now.
So, and I had a question. Are any of your comments going to go in the record, Chris, or are they all suggestions? Was it hard to understand what you were getting at?
Yeah, I know. I was kind of rambling, but
I put just one member believes landscape volume is insufficient.
Okay,
And
I'll second that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm fine with that. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Oh, so back to, did we say full board or consent? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can clarify that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, consent, I think would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think consent.
Okay.
I think, if it's okay with, I think the idea is that any idea to any possibility of increasing landscape it's welcome by this board, right? I mean, along the lines of what the applicant is proposing, I kind of feel a little bit uncomfortable with the, I didn't say anything, but I do feel a little bit like Chris that, it could feel stark if there's not enough greenery, so if those trees don't make it. And anyway, I was going to put it out there that.
Can I just make sure I'm understanding this? Just one distinction about the landscaping. There's the landscaping that's apparent from the public right of ways, like the Padero and walking along the beach and so on.
That all seems fine.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. So it's the kind of the.
It's really
when you get
internal.
Internal. Okay.
I would say so. And then it's really hard for us to determine, if the planting that is proposed along the sides is sufficient to help privatize, from neighbors. I mean, I'm not convinced about the Dodenea. I think that's not going to do well there. But I'm just going back to the comment here. Return with landscape plan, provide additional planting space where possible, particularly along boundary lines. Proposed 30-inch wide hedge, which was, I think, running down both sides, could actually be increased in sections to provide additional hedge species and break up the long sight line. And what we've done is eliminate completely the hedge and go with a completely different solution, which may, work out just fine, but it's a major reduction in greenery. And so that's just my worry. And it's more about the user of this site than it is for other, the public. So as I said, I think the public views are fine. To me, it's
just wanted to clarify that the public versus the private.
Yeah, that's a good question.
You're addressing private issues.
Yeah, and definitely I'd say, worried about that grass being too shaded. It'll take a little bit of shade, but I'm not sure that's enough sun there. Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying.
You.
All right, then moving on, item number 2. The Summerlin gas station, request of Scott Branch, architect for the owner, Sharon Koosman, for final approval of a new 1,340 square foot canopy over the existing fuel dispensers, minor exterior finishes, changes to chimney, wall section, bollard placement, and roof replacement to standing seam. This is located at 2285 Lily Avenue in Summerlin, last heard August 13th. Do we have the applicant here? Please state your names for that.
I'm here. Scott Branch is here. And I believe Aaron Carroll is on as well.
I'm here.
Okay, very good. So I will read the comments from last time. There are 3. Applicant responded well to previous SBAR comments. B, create landscape buffer between gas pumps and Lily Avenue, consider encroaching into public right-of-way. C, study enlarging or raising the trellis over the front double doors. So turn it over to you all whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Let's see if you want to, essentially is from our standpoint, there were really two things we needed to deal with. Real quickly, if you want to go to the elevations, I did.
Okay, hold on a second.
That would be, let's see. Go to next sheet right there, number 16. Yeah. So, we're kind of constrained a little bit by the band of windows above, if you want to zoom into that north elevation. And then there's the light, and then there's that stucco for the chimney. So I did raise the trellis and widened the knee braces that support it to the extent that felt comfortable, which gave a little bit more space right around the top framing of the door. So I think that was a good call. It's a subtle change, but I think that helped. So that was the comment with regards to the architecture. And then the other was the landscaping. You wanted a planter between the sidewalk and the pumps to kind of try to screen that. And before Aaron jumps in, this was one we did our best to work with the owner to try to get as much as we could. And as I told you before, he's very concerned about that being a maintenance issue. But in letting him know this was a pretty strong board comment. His compromise was to do a couple of little pockets with some planting there that we think still kind of achieves what you guys were trying to ask for. So I'll let Aaron speak to what he's actually done in those 5 pockets right there.
Yeah, in those 5 little planters there, I've chosen some really durable grasses, the Juncus, elk blue, and the Lygeum that would handle a car running over them occasionally. And also those planters will allow pedestrians to kind of cut through if needed between the planters as well. So it gives some greenery and some separation from the sidewalk. Yeah, that was the only change, those 5 planters there.
So what's the symbol? What is the symbol is what?
The plant photos are on the sheet if you want to take a look at them.
Yeah.
To the left there. So the Lygeum, the bottom left there, that grass, and then the Juncus elk blue, which is the third from the bottom, from the top on the left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, those 2. So they both have a little bit of verticality to them, and Aaron had to pick something that had some vertical, but was also durable for the occasional.
And the sizes of the planters are what? I didn't find them there. Is there any place where the location and sizes of these guys, would they be on the previous page or?
It's 3 by 18 or 2 by 3.
I think that's right. I may have dimensioned them on the site plan.
On the site plan. Okay. All right. Very good.
So hopefully we can get final today. Those guys are ready to roll, and everybody there is eager to see a decent gas station take the place of what was there.
Here you go. Yeah, new SoCat planter, 36 by 18, see landscape plants. Okay, very good. All right, back to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you. So questions from the board, anyone? Okay.
Just a clarification on the planters, they're just cut holes in the pavement?
That's right. They have
no curb?
There's no curbs on them. That's correct.
Okay, too bad.
Some kind of edging? I mean, it's asphalt, right? Or
No, it's concrete.
I see. Okay. All right, no questions, sounds like. Anyone from the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. See no hands, no letters. Back to the board for comments. Anyone?
Well, I think the planter should have at least a 6-inch curb around them. I mean, that wouldn't damage anybody's car. But, and maybe they should be 4 feet long. It just seems that it's kind of a anemic response to our request. That'd be my comment.
Okay, other comments? Okay.
Yeah, I feel the same way, that the planners just they're kind of gonna look odd because they're so small. So I wish they could be 2 feet instead of 18 inches and be 4 foot by 2 foot. And a curb or something to give them some, or maybe not the curb if they're just a little bit bigger, but people can still freely walk between them.
Yeah, I think actually, I mean, there's so much space there. I think that we should connect the 2 outer ones and make one long, or 2 long ones and one short in the middle. There's still plenty of room to walk around.
Yeah, it would look much better.
So I think 2 feet by whatever that dimension is. So there'll be 3 planters, 2 long ones and 1 shorter one in the middle.
Mhm.
And I think we can,
I still think just a 6-inch curb around them is gonna, I visualize, paper and debris blowing into the planter and,
mhm.
it's just gonna look tacky after a while. And, the curb will at least protect the planting and give it a stronger definition. I mean, I like the idea of extending the 2 outside ones. I mean, I think it's something that's really needed here, and we should consider it carefully.
Yeah, so that's going to add a foot. The 2 6-inch curbs will add a foot, and then we're also we'd like to. Scott, can you, if we had curb around and made it 2-foot planter, so it's 3 feet total, is that
We
feasible?
have if a couple of things. First of all, after your last comment, I gave John, the owner, a drawing with 1 continuous planter. He was very adamant that he didn't want to do that. I had also had a curb around it, and he was adamant about not wanting that because of that extra foot is actually kind of a big deal because of how close the pump islands are to that. It minimizes that space to a point that he is uncomfortable with, and he is adamant that that's going to, tires are going to be hitting it constantly.
What is the dimension from the?
I think we have like 10 feet.
From the pump to the edge of the planter?
Yep, and when you get bigger vehicles, they hit that. So I had a feeling you guys were going to be insistent on this, but at the end of the day, I had to do what my client wanted, and this is what he wanted. So, I have to do my best to kind of do the dance between what you guys want and what he's willing to do. And then this process goes on and on and on until everybody's happy.
Right.
So,
Well, I think they're just going to turn into dirt patches that cars drive over the way this is set up.
Well, his contention is that that's going to happen anyway, which is why he didn't want a planter there in the first place. So,
did you explore the comment where we mentioned possibly encroaching into the public right of way?
Yep, too much of a liability on his end. He doesn't want to get into anything with the with the county in terms of that. He wants to keep everything on his property. He doesn't want to deal with that.
Because actually people do that all the time, and it's not really that much of an issue for the county if there's low planting in the right of way.
I understand. I'm just communicating my client's position.
Is there really only 10 feet between the pump and the planter?
I think
like more than that.
It does look like more than that, but
I forget what it is. It's minimum. It's well, I probably have it on dimensioned on the site plan if you want to go back to that.
Yeah, because a car is only 5.5, 6 feet, 8 feet maximum for trucks and such. Which
I think I dimensioned it. You can go back to the site plan, which there you go, right there. You can zoom in on that. I think I had.
There's a dimension in the upper right, 5 feet. So it looks
that's to the canopy,
right?
Well, in this case, it would be 15 foot 3 inches to the center line of the pump to the outside of the.
I can actually tell you what that is. Hang on one second. Yeah, no, I understand your position. I'm just,
Yes, I was just wondering if there's intention to have, if there's cars parked at the pump, if there's enough room to have cars drive on the outside, but there's not. So it's really just one automobile.
no, there's no room to have a car drive by. That's for sure. So,
Maybe we can have 5 longer planters with some kind of boulder on each side. So, or some kind of something
Bollard.
coming out of the
okay,
ground.
I just measured that last planter, the westernmost planter from the corner of that to the edge of the island is 11 feet.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, maybe a compromise is to have longer, 18-inch longer planters with some element protruding off the surface, like heavy rocks or boulders, or God forbid, bollards, so they don't run over, they're not run over by vehicles, and they remain as planters.
Yeah, I think boulders are always a bad idea, but I think bollards could probably work
One thing,
at the either end.
not to influence your decision here, but I want to go full transparency, and that is he has gone at risk at this point, and we had submitted building plans. Once the architecture was and the canopy were dialed, then we submitted plans to building and safety for permit, at risk, because we didn't have full design approval yet, but permit at this point is ready to issue. And I don't know if as we battle about these planters, I don't know if our planner can issue our permit, but I just want to give full disclosure on that.
Hey, I'm against the idea of bollards out there. I think it would detract from the
Yeah, I think if 18 inches is crazy small. So I think we could go 2 feet wide and connect the 2 outer ones to make 2 long ones and then 1 4-footer in the middle. And I can't see why that would affect any permit process. And a bollard maybe at each end, adjacent to the planters. Does anyone have any?
With or without curbs?
I mean, we'd rather have the curbs, but I see where Scott's coming from, and you're adding another foot.
Right.
So it is going to get pretty thin there. It's just,
You think a 4-inch curb would be too vulnerable to breakage?
Probably.
Definitely.
What other options?
I'm happy to specify some little plant protection fencing while the grass is established too in those planters.
Yeah, I mean, when I first looked at this, I thought they were going to be like raised planters. I'm glad they're not, but that's what I was worried about. It's what it looks like on the plan. So
what I first gave him was, the dimension of all this without the spaces between them. It was one continuous planter. He was adamant that he did not want to do that. In fact, he doesn't want to do planters at all, to be honest. But so we went a little back and forth with reducing it down and down and down. And this is what you're left with now was his direction. And
so something more like that, I think, is what we're hinting at. And then, bollard at each end, maybe.
Can we not do the bollards?
Sure.
I don't think bollards would look good there. I mean,
They wouldn't, but yeah, as far as protection, but yeah,
he's not going to want bollards. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
He doesn't want anything sticking up other than whatever landscaping guys are going to make him do.
Okay. So where are we? We're on comments still, right? So why don't we just weigh in here? Ms. Proctor?
I agree with this layout of making 2 longer ones and a shorter one in the middle, making them 2 feet wide with no curb. And if you put some grasses or plants that get a little bit of height, it'll just make a better foreground. And I don't think cars will be as likely to drive over it. I mean, it's not like people are just like got their eyes closed and gonna barrel over everything, but it needs to have enough substance that they won't. And if they're little 2-foot things or 3 foot by 18, like what's there now, the plants will just die. It'll become dirt, and it'll be a stupid thing that he'll eventually fill in with concrete or whatever. And the idea is to have some kind of greenery foreground. It's a big expanse of street frontage. It's going to enhance the place. I think there's a compromise that could work for him as well as for what we're trying to do for the community.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I agree. The maybe no borders. I think that I agree with Valerie's.
Instead of a bollard, maybe you could put a block at each end, which would intimidate the driver, and better define that strip. A block maybe 8 inches high and 1 foot square, or some sort of thing that you wouldn't dare drive over, that would direct the traffic around, away from the planter or around the planter.
Could you put a curb at the end?
Well, just,
Is that what you're thinking about?
some decorative, maybe it's a round, one of those round things they use in the roadway to define the direction to traffic. I mean, there should be some solution to that rather than a bollard that's just sticking up, 3 or 4 feet. It should be, the thing's going to be lit up at night, and so people will see it.
Okay, so yeah, maybe we could just give it a general, like 3 planters as we indicated, with some sort of traffic indicating device at the end of the 2 long.
Yeah, with some traffic obstruction there
and then
at
you
each end.
So
you have to do some research on that. But also, I know the architect's got problems here with dealing with clients, and we've all been there. But this is also for his own good too. It's going to enhance his property, and hopefully it'll increase his business. And so it's not necessarily an onerous proposal.
Okay, so Mr. Bloomer, a few words. Josh, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay, and Robert Richards, I think you weighed in, right?
Yeah, I'll say I think no planners are better than what's proposed, but I think Chris's solution is better than what's proposed. So either do no or do what Chris is proposing here. Otherwise, I think it's just such insignificant planting. Somebody's going to run right over it.
Yeah, so I think we're in agreement on the 2 long and 1 short planters. It's just, I think, John, I mean, I think we could leave it up to the applicant as to whether or not they want to put in some kind of traffic calming or indicator, low traffic indicator at the end of each of the long planters.
Mr. Chair, what's wrong with the boulders like they're done in the median on West Carrillo approaching the freeway? They had a series of jacarandas. The cars were hitting them. I remember the city arborist put a few boulders, one on each end. Problem solved. It was perfect. The trees remained.
Well, there's curbs there too, right? So it's
if the boulders are like really substantial, they stick a couple of feet off the ground or 18 inches or something like that.
Yeah, you know what? I tried to do that out at Fairview Center, and the people just ran over them, and they probably damaged their cars.
That's what I was going to say. It becomes more of a hazard than anything else.
Yeah. So I just don't think it works unless you have. I mean, that's a different condition, Alex, that they have there. Unless it was a large scale boulder, it's just going to look kind of goofy. If it's just like an 18-inch boulder, I don't think it's sufficient, and I don't think it's going to do the trick, and I think it's going to cause more damage. To
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Seeing where you guys are going with this, well, actually, it's more of a question / comment. I see where you're going with this, and you know, if this is the condition, then he'll obviously have to either, he can choose to either do this or keep fighting it, but I know he wants to keep going. So before you jump into your motion, I can let him know to connect those two outer planters and extend the center planter. So you got 4 feet between each planters. That I get all that. I would request, you know, no curb or bollard or, you know, nothing raised. I think I think Valerie's right. I think once you connect these two planters, then they have enough mass that I don't think anything else is needed from a visual traffic standpoint. So so that can be, if that aspect of it could be eliminated. And then my question before you make your motion is there any way to make that a condition of approval so that we can actually still get final, but
Yeah.
staff has to follow up with the installation of these?
I think that's what we're shooting for here for you.
Okay.
Yeah, and so
I agree to that. I will make that motion.
yeah, and I guess one last thing, I think that should probably all be the same plant in all 3 beds. I don't know if switching. Robert, what do you think?
I think consistency in the planter is good, and the taller the planting, the better, probably, so it's visible.
Yeah.
Aaron, you want to make a call on which plant you think would be best there?
Oh, either one. Probably the Juncus.
And it's a little diminutive, I think. What's the other grass that you had?
The Lygeum. They're both tough as nails.
I don't even know that one. How the grass is taller?
Lygeum might be a little taller. They're about, I mean, we don't want to get too tall there for sight distance either.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to get any taller than 42 inches though, right?
No, they're 30 to 36 inches, I would say.
Yeah, so I think we'd be better off with the grass personally. The Juncus, it's a great plant, but in hot baking sun, surrounded by concrete on all sides, it might poop out faster.
The Lygeum, I'm good with that one. It really takes a lot of neglect. If you step on it, it'll still live.
Okay.
So this one it is?
Yep. Okay, so
All right.
Alex Tuttle, do you have the comment?
I have proposed planters are lacking. Make longer and wider, 2 feet wide. Consider connecting outer planters to create, or should I not say consider, just say connect connect outside outer planters to create 2 long planters on outside and 1 shorter in the middle. Use consistent planting throughout.
Yeah, and the
Or
light.
1 4-foot in the center.
Yeah, I have in parentheses 4 feet by 2 feet.
Okay, and then Lygeum planted throughout. Okay, all right. We have a motion from Alex.
How do you spell Lygeum?
Lygeum.
Yeah.
All right. Are you good with all that, Alex?
Got
Peugeot?
it.
Oh,
I think you made the
oh,
motion.
yeah, fine. Yes, perfect. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to the other Alex. Yes.
It was. But okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by John. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
And that's per final with that condition, right?
Right, correct. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Very good.
All right, moving on. Item number 3, Williams, request of Paul R. Zink, architect for Victoria Williams for conceptual review of a 250 square foot remodel and addition to an existing 2-story single-family dwelling. 20 cubic yards of cut, 10 cubic yards of fill, 1 acre parcel, 2760 Torito Road. Yeah, new project. Do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Paul Zink. I'm the architect of the project.
Hi, Paul. You might be breaking up a little on us, but let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Anyone else on your team today?
Nope, just me.
Okay. So whenever you're ready, you can just tell Alex what page to be on, and we'll.
Why don't you go to page 2, go to the upper right-hand corner, number 4, number 5. This existing house was built in '84. My client bought it in 2019. It's a tired house, but they're going to save the house. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking off the wood siding and replacing the glass. We're
Paul,
keeping the.
Sorry to interrupt. We're getting about every other word.
Let me call in then. How about that?
Okay.
Sometimes if you just turn off the video too, it'll work better.
Oh, let me do that then. All right. I turned off the video. Am I better? Am I speaking?
No, but
Your video is still on. We can see you. You may have actually turned it.
What's that? Video off?
Yeah.
Video-
And is my speaking more clearer?
No.
All right, bad suggestion, sorry.
It's worth a try. So yeah, maybe try calling in, Paul, and then mute your computer audio.
an interesting house.
Very, very.
We have a photo mapper map showing where we are.
Okay, well, you're gonna make me work now.
Yeah,
there we
at the
go.
bottom. Okay.
Oops.
And then I guess maybe while we're here, is Veronica here? Because this seems like a very minor project. Maybe you can let us know why we're looking at it. Or Alex Tuttle.
You are looking at it because it is subject to design review, Toro Canyon,
Hillside.
Hillside Ridgeline, and they're making a decent number of aesthetic changes, not so much in terms of adding new square footage, but the aesthetics of the residents are changing quite a bit.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Chris. This is Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Okay, very cool. The purpose of the meeting is really changing the wood siding to plaster. That's the biggest change. If you go to the last sheet of the set, or second to last sheet, which is page 11, you'll see some 3D images. We're only adding 265 square feet, and we're cleaning up some as-built construction without permits. But basically, the house windows are staying the same except for the forms that we're changing. On the lower left-hand corner, number 7, if you zoom down to that picture, you can see in the back of the house, there's a family room and a small powder bath that we're adding, and it has a 4 and 12 roof pitch, and its plaster will be a slightly different color than the main original house, which is a 7 and 12 pitch. And then there's a portion of the house that we're going to be saving the wood siding appearance, but we're going to have the drywall and then the wood siding on it. And that's going to be at the, there's little wedges that go into the walkways. And it's not shown in those drawings, but there's a little angles cut, like if you were to cut a piece of cake, that little, and when you see the inside of the cake, that part would be wood siding. And that'll be like 5% of the entire house. And then at number 7, you can see there's a exposed foundation system that we're going to have stone on it. And then there's a whole bunch of illegal construction that we are going to be removing, which is on the far left-hand side. Let's see.
Okay.
If you go to view number 6, view number 6, you can see the footings of the as-built construction that doesn't have permits. And because it doesn't have permits, the foundations don't comply and all that kind of stuff. I'm leaving the concrete stem walls and things like that for now, and we're going to landscape over it. The goal is to put an ADU in that location. It'll be an attached ADU, but before we can do that under a separate building permit, we have to get a septic system approved. So that's going to be a separate project, which is the septic system and the ADU, which is going to be currently where the building that we're removing is located, in front of the garage.
Okay. So where's the best place to see, existing versus proposed? I'm having a little trouble.
Yeah, that's fine. If you go to page, let me see, one second. Go to page 5 is the site plan. You can see on the right-hand side, there are 2 rectangles that are going to be demolished. That area is going to be gone. Actually, that page. And then on the new crawl space, if we go up one more sheet to page 6, you can see how on the right-hand side, the stuff was removed. And on the left-hand side, this new family room and a new powder bath. And that doesn't affect my septic, adding that part of the project. And then we're also changing the stairs and the bridge. I didn't go through much detail, but right now the head height underneath that bridge is about 6.5 feet. And so we're going to be lowering the bridge, the ground underneath the bridge, and creating a landing and then having a retaining wall so that there'll be no handrail at the top of the landing, so that when you walk up the stairs, you have a clear view of the ocean.
Okay.
All right. Anything else that we need to share?
No, we're here for just comment. I'm working with Kim True as our landscape architect. So the next time I'll come, I'll have a landscape plan to show you with all the fire requirements as planting. And at that time would be a preliminary, maybe preliminary final.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Paul. Questions from the board?
Question. Paul, it's unclear if you're going to the darker color of plaster as in these drawings, or lighter as in the renderings. What's your color palette?
It's going to be a lighter color, and I did turn in a color board when I turned stuff into the planner. It's going to be a warm tan gray, but they're 2 different colors. It might not be there.
Okay. Doesn't look like it, unless it's on the.
Okay, so you're going with a light color then, is that what you're doing?
It'll be a light gray, a little bit of brown in there, warm brown. Not a white and not a dark.
Okay.
Okay, other questions?
No.
Okay, no questions. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. See no hands go up. We have no letters. So we can bring it back to the board for comments.
I have a question about when
Oh,
you're
right.
rebuilding the bridge and the stairs, what your railing is gonna be like?
It's going to be a wire railing with the 4 inches on center with a metal top and metal pickets at 5 or 6 feet on center. The 42-inch height as soon as I touch it.
Okay, so it's a cable railing kind of,
A cable railing, semi-industrial-ish look, yes.
yeah, okay.
But the bridge doesn't change, right? The underneath does.
Underneath it changes. The bridge deck itself is staying completely the same.
Right.
So the existing condition is cable rail.
The existing condition is a pipe railing, and it is 6 inches apart, and it's only 36 inches high.
Got it.
And so one of the cute things I was going to do is try to keep the pipe railing on the driveway side in place, and the 42-inch railing on the side that we're touching brand new. And so there'll be 2 different railings, and if it looks too hokey, we'll make the whole thing 42 inches on both sides of the bridge.
Okay. Other comments?
How about the roof? What's the roof material gonna be?
We're going to keep it asphalt shingle, and then the owner is going to be putting solar on it, but it'll be a Class A roof.
Okay.
It's currently an asphalt shingle roof, so I'm not able to increase the load by more than 10 or 15% before the structural engineer has a problem with it.
Okay, comments, Mr. Peugeot?
To that last comment, I would say metal roof will look really nice, and it's not much heavier than, it's not, yeah, it's actually lighter than asphalt, right? That would be
And I would
nice.
say it's an economic thing on the client's behalf, but you are correct.
Yeah. No, I think it's a fine proposal, but I would prefer a darker color, considering that's in the where it is located, and the mass bulk and scale of the project is visible. So a darker color would be preferable.
Okay. Member Verdiak?
No, I have no comments. I think it looks pretty well thought out, and it's a very interesting building, and he's going with the flow, which is important. So I think it looks good.
Okay, Member Richards?
Yeah, I think they're great improvements. I like the stone along the base of the building. I agree with the comment that it could be slightly darker in color to kind of integrate it into the site. Apart from that, positive comments from me. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Bloomer?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, nor do I. I think it looks good, heading in the right direction. I agree with Alex, a little bit darker, but otherwise I'd say positive comments. So
Yeah, I agreed to go darker with the color. What's the chimney material?
The chimney is going to stay as a wood siding.
So it'll be similar to the wood siding on your additions?
Yes, correct.
And is that gonna be a natural or a painted finish?
It'll be a natural finish.
Okay, great. Well, yeah, I agree the project's nice, and but could go darker.
okay, so I think also we could come back for prelim and final at full board.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. Okay, I think we can move on to item number 4, which is also for Mr. Zink, just called Korean. Request of Paul R. Zink, architect for UMC 4 University Methodist Church, Isla Vista, for conceptual review of a minor exterior remodel of less than 500 square feet. There's currently a 5,134 square foot sanctuary with a detached cell tower and steeple. The proposed project will not require grading. It's a 16,000 square foot parcel zoned RES 18D, located at 892 Camino del Sur in Isla Vista. So once again, name for the record, please.
My name is Paul Zink, and I'm the architect for the record. This is It used to be called the Korean Methodist Church, and they have rechanged their name to the Methodist Church Isla Vista. If you look at view number 1 right there, you can see the cell tower that's being placed there. That's also a steeple and the church. And then you can just cruise through number 2 and number 3. You can see how it's viewed from the street. And portion of the building has a copper metal roof, and the other portion has an asphalt shingle roof. If you go to item 6, I'll point out the areas that we're changing, which is really minor. We're adding some doors to the outside of the building. So currently right here in this little area, which is the choir room, the doors are in one area and there's windows in the other. We're going to be filling in where the doors are and putting in doors where the windows are currently located. That's one element. If you slide over to number 7, you can see how there's a notch in the roof. We're going to be filling in that notch and basically removing that architectural element or that detail. And the reason is that the birds have been roosting on that area, and you can tell there's a little bit of a whiteness there. There's bird poo and stuff like that. They're happening there. It's a maintenance issue for the project, plus water gets into the church from that location. So we're going to be filling in that little quadrant. If you go down number 8, we're going to be actually making this our main entrance. And so as you go down this sidewalk, it'll lead to a little courtyard off to the side, which is in number 9, which I'm calling the welcome patio. There's currently one door there. If you go to number 10, we're going to be making that a double door. And in this area that used to be the choir room, we're actually going to have 2 ADA restrooms, and there'll be a handicap shower in one of the restrooms. That's basically the project. If you move over to the far left to number 11 and number 12, you can see the interior of the building. It's a really, really cool building. It's suffering from long-term fatigue. The L over 360 has been maximized and is starting to have some bowingness. And so part of the project is actually reinforcing the beams that create that interior volume. If you move to the 3rd sheet, the next sheet, you can see a site plan of the project. And I'll just point out 3 areas that we're changing. We're on a corner lot, and at the top of the page, you can see something that's Serenity Patio. That's where we're adding a new set of doors right there. Go down a little bit, you can see the welcome patio, in which we're going to be adding a pair of doors over there. We're adding a heat pump air unit on the roof of that old choir room, and there's air conditioners in the front right there, the condensers, but they'll be screened behind a fence. If you go to sheet 5, you can see an actual floor plan of what we're proposing. There you go. And on the right-hand side is the lobby, 2 restrooms, and the new, basically, the entrance getting into the church will also have AD access to the main stage/dais part of the auditorium. You go to page 6, you'll see some elevations on the far left-hand side is the double doors. That was from the Serenity Garden. It's just going to be opposite the entrance. The middle of the page, you can see where basically the pair of doors that'll be facing the street from that little courtyard. And if you go to the last page, which is some 3D images, you can just see what we're proposing. It's staying with the existing architecture. One more page. Is there one more page? Yeah, page 7.
Is it this one, right? That's what you're talking.
That's where the new entrance is going to be, and a lobby area. It's going to be created at that point. Yes. And then you can also see at the bottom middle drawing how we filled in the notch that's at the apex of that stained glass window that right now is open to the rain as well as to the white bird poo.
Okay.
And that's the problem.
Very good. Anything else, Paul?
Nope.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for questions. Anyone have questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Can you talk about, it sounds like you're replacing entry doors to the project, and you've got an existing kind of detailing that shows up in the photographs. Can you talk about how you're intending to match the period detailing with the new door and I don't know, side light or window hardware and frames?
At this point, all I can say is that we want to have full glass showing there instead of having a solid door with the raised paneling, the detailed paneling that's on the existing doors. So that is our purpose, is to have more visibility inside the church so you can see what's going on. So the doors would be metal clad or painted wood, I'm not sure yet, but full light.
Can you show us in the photographs what details you're teeing off of to try and match existing?
For the doors, I guess that you could say I'm putting in a new type of door. If we go to picture 13 and picture 15 in the middle right there, you can see how that's a solid plank door. And next to it is basically fixed glass. 13, there you go.
All right.
So we would be.
So what we're looking at is jealousy glass on the top left with a transom above it, and then glass, and then there's a solid door that's that gray color, and then there's a mosaic kind of glass on the right, right? There you go. That's the opposite.
Correct.
Exactly. So how are you maintaining that architectural character and detailing?
We're changing the architectural character. We're going to be removing the jalousie windows and replacing it with awning windows, and doing the same with the glass that's below it and making it all new windows that are tempered. And so there would be awning, so they would be able to open. And that's the about 18-inch wide windows that are perpendicular to the actual main building wall.
Can you zoom in on the proposed elevations you have that show this area, please?
It won't be clearly in the.
No, let's just see what you got.
Is that good?
Where are we?
Is it this
I
one?
would say go to the 3D image. Number 7, there you go. Zoom in to number 5. There you go. You can see how there's a top window that'll be opening. That's like an awning window. Number 5, where it says welcome courtyard.
Yeah.
That's how I plan on replacing the windows on the little side pieces.
Okay, thank you.
Are you, repaving all the entry courtyard and what's the paving change for the pedestrian?
Yes.
pathways?
Yes, I am. I'm changing it from the sidewalk all the way to this location. It's going to be our ADA path of travel, and it'll be a new wide sidewalk. Right off the top of my head, I don't remember the width, but I hope I have a dimension somewhere. But I'm going to say it's 5 or 6 feet wide, and there's an existing tree on sheet 3 of the set.
Can we see those photos again, Alex? See what that walkway is. So does the layout change, or are you just repaving?
Repaving. The layout's the same.
Okay. And are you thinking about concrete, colored, stamped? Just
most likely it's going to be concrete, but it'll be an impervious concrete or permeable concrete, because they have wheelchair people, and the discussion we had in our meetings is they didn't want to have pavers that created too much bumpiness for the wheelchair. So that number 8,
okay,
permeable concrete or a material of some sort.
Okay, why permeable? Is that required because of stormwater, or?
It is not required, no.
Okay. All right, good. Any other questions?
Is there any landscape changes, or is it all going to remain the way it is?
It's all going to remain the way it is.
All righty. Very good. Sounds like those are our questions. Is there anyone from the board or anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. We only have one attendee. And so no public comment. Back to the board for comments. Mr. Richards.
It seems like an appropriate update to this building. I'll say the site could consider landscape changes, but if that's not the direction they want to go, then I don't think they have to do it. So I give it positive comments. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Frosher?
Yeah, I'm all right with the changes. I would like to see some addressing of landscape around the new walkways and patios. Can be pretty minimal, but there are some site improvements that could have identification of landscape as well.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
No, I have nothing to add. I agree with the previous comments.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
No comments.
Mr. Bloomer.
I'm supportive of the up at the apex of the roof, the enclosure that is being proposed to kind of get rid of the maintenance issue that the birds are causing. I think that's been done well. I don't have any comments, obviously, on the interior. I understand what they're trying to do. I do have a problem with the door and window system being proposed. I think this is a spectacular building, a lot of great detailing, and I think the architect's current proposal is a bit of a degradation of the building's existing detailing, and I think he needs to take it a step further, research and find a modern door and window package that complies with all the codes and needs of the client and so forth, but that has more ability to maintain the character that's already there. It's actually a very nice arrangement that's there now. It's just old and obviously won't work anymore, but something better needs to be proposed there for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I have a quick question then for Paul. Paul, this is all new, right? This is the addition.
The building itself exists. All I'm doing is I'm adding 2 doors and a side light where there's currently windows.
Oh, I see. So that roof line is already there, existing.
And it's 8 inches tall.
Okay, I was gonna say, it's kind of unfortunate that it's flat roof. There's no other flat roof. It seems like that was added later, and it'd be nice to sort of add that to the wing feeling. But anyway, beyond that, I don't have anything to add. I think I agree with Josh. I think we need to develop the door and window system to be more in keeping with the existing architecture. And I think that there could be some even minor additional landscape, especially around the entry walkways and patios. So with that, any other comments from anyone? Does everyone agree this could return for prelim final on full board with full board?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Any Alex Tuttle, any clarification on any of the comments?
Nope.
Okay, there you go, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we take a break for 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Yeah, let's make it 10. We'll reconvene at 11 a.m. Thank you, Josh. I was just thinking that. Okay, 11:01. We'll now reconvene the SBAR meeting of October 15th with item number 5. If we have everyone back.
I'm back.
Okay, so there's a quorum. All right, this item number 5, Johnson new single family dwelling. Request of Jennifer Siemens, agent for Mark and Leemore Johnson, for preliminary and final approval of a new 3,510 square foot dwelling, 614 square foot detached garage, 382 square foot cabana, 455 square foot hobby studio, and a 456 square foot swimming pool, which is 9.5 by 48 feet, on a currently vacant 8-acre parcel located at 1937 Rancho Monte Alegre, which is lot 3 in Carpinteria area. Last heard April 16th of this year. Let's see. So do we have applicant here with us? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, sir. Robin Donaldson, architect for the applicant.
Robin.
Chris Merritt, ground studio for the applicant, landscape architect.
Welcome back. We have 3 comments from last time. I'll read through those real quick. If Alex, if you want to start bringing up those plans. Comment A, impressive project and beautifully designed. Materiality of architecture is excellent and the project is well cited. B, consider varying hardscape materiality to provide contrast from structure. C, return with landscape plans and material and color details for prelim and final review.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Should I just jump in? You guys ready?
yeah, Alex Peugeot, do we have plans?
Yes, am I sharing the screen or not? No,
Yeah.
I guess not. Am I? Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
There we go.
Yes, sorry,
And-
I was sharing. Okay. Tell me what page is this? This is the first set. Is this a good set, a good place to
Yeah,
be?
Alex, that's fine. What I think would be most efficient, we're agendized preliminary and final, if I'm
Mhm.
understanding this properly.
Mhm.
And I think maybe the most efficient thing to do would be to go through the architecture in the detailing in the material board. You guys, when we presented previously, we had a conceptual landscape set that my office had prepared. Now we've got Chris from Ground Studio. He'll go through a full presentation on the landscape. And I think that'd be best to do that second. My suspicion is you'll probably have the most questions about that and comments perhaps. And if that makes sense to you, Chris Gilliland.
Sure. Yeah.
May run through it that way.
However you want to do it.
Okay.
So these are the materials, right?
Correct. Yeah, thank you. That at the top, the exposed aggregate plaster, that's the exterior architectural material, and site walls are all done in that. That's actually a wash-off aggregate, but it's done vertically. It's done on walls. That is the typical exterior finish. We got some interior finishes here. That charcoal high performance coating on the exterior structural steel, that we have just a couple pieces of exterior structural steel, like literally one piece. And then we have, of course, the windows, and the window frames would match that color.
Okay.
Let's go to the drawings if we could, please, Alex.
Sure. Okay.
We can run through those. That'd be the next, arc 1. Let's start at the maybe page 1 if we could, please, and we'll run through it quickly. Site planning, you guys have seen this before. Go existing survey. The site planning and the position of the building and massing of buildings is exactly what we showed you the last time. This is all consistent with that. That's showing turnarounds and so on. Floor plans, pretty much exactly what we showed you, maybe little tiny interior tweaks here and there. Roof plan. Next slide, elevations. These are illustrated elevations with the line drawings down below showing heights and so on. Massing and details, exactly what you guys saw before. I think there might be a little modification on some windows on that west side of the building. I mean, literally like one window that was 8 feet wide is now 7 feet. I think that center window, the master bedroom, just got tweaked a little bit.
Let's go to the other set. Okay.
Yep.
This one then.
The ARC2 set, yeah, thank you. This gets into detailing. The windows, the building's being detailed as though it was thick walls, like on average 18 inches thick. So when you see the window and door details, that's taking all of that into account. This is obviously sections. This is the entry section of the house with the entry stairs and so on. I think if you keep going, we'll hit the window and door details, the exterior details. Here we go. We're just trying to get into them here. You see, this is the living room overhang on the right. We have a big overhang to shade that glass on the right. The window on the left is to the interior. You see the thicker wall. We actually moved this glass in. Oh no, I'm sorry. There it is. Exterior. It's fine. Exactly how we had it. That I'm looking at the upper left, fixed window, head and sill. That's a pretty typical window detail.
Mm-hmm.
Glazing system, transom, railing details. The railings will be a Jacob stainless steel mesh between stainless steel 1-inch tube. Basically disappears. It's very light. Window, door, roof details, and etc.
Okay, good with this. Go to the next one. How about final landscape? How about this one?
Yeah, why don't we jump into the landscape here, and then I'll let Chris Merritt jump on.
Thanks, Robin.
For that part. And Chris, you can kind of take them through quickly as possible through all the kind of thinking and address. I think there was consider varying hardscape materiality to provide contrast from structure.
Yeah.
We could address that as we're going through here.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's just mulching.
Yeah, generally the landscape design itself, kind of the big move Robin and his team already had. They had a grid of trees in the courtyard of the space. And just when we first visited the site, our key concept was just being authentic to the ranch vernacular of Rancho Monte Alegre, the community there, and just in a modern context that works with Robin's building. The north side, we're just situated at the base of the San Ynez Mountain, with views to avocado orchards, the property surrounded by newly planted avocado orchards. So we just want to be, authentic to that orchard feel. And looking at the eastern condition on the property with one of the neighbors, you'll see there's an existing hedge, which is already kind of privatizing that edge. And then on the north, which is the property line on the right-hand side of the page, that has views to the San Ynez Mountains. Which on the other side is a really wonderful avocado orchard. And so we really wanted to, have that connection with our property and their property as if it was a continuation of just one big avocado orchard. On the site now, there's existing olive trees in boxes and also planted, all of which I think are historic to the community itself. They were from some older olive orchards around RMA. And so we really want to celebrate that. And that's actually what the plants along the edge of the property, you'll see it makes an L shape. They run up the page on the north property line. And then they also run down on the eastern edge of the property as well. So that's kind of your backdrop as you drive in, which are the existing olive trees, and in addition to some new olive trees. And then we show a grid of trees in the courtyard, in the central courtyard here. Yeah, exactly. And we're proposing California pepper for those trees. And the thinking behind that are just the connection to, the north to the mountainside. You just see volunteers of peppers just dotted with that vibrant green on the mountainside. And so, we really love the contrast between kind of that silvery foliage of the olives, the, vibrant green of the peppers. And, thinking about the hardscape itself, just speaking to the contrast of hardscape up against the architecture, we previously, I think there was mainly all gravel in the courtyard space. And so what we've tried to do is have a very deliberate insertion of plant material that kind of makes like a fire truck kind of turnaround shape almost. It's like a shifted T shape that's planting. And then you can see some of the edge conditions of the hardscaper responding to Robin's forms of the architecture. And then also we show hardscape concrete paving as kind of an apron or a carpet entry to the front door, which also provides that additional contrast between materials of gravel and concrete. To talk a little bit about the ground plane plant material, given that the architecture is just extremely clean in nature, we just want to have the ground plane plant material be extremely simplified, but then also feel like you would see something like in a ranch condition like this, and also drought tolerant, low maintenance as well. And so the ground plane plant material is Muhlenbergia dubia. So it's just essentially like a monoculture of that grass, all within this whole residential development envelope. So if you flip to the planting plan, yeah, this sheet just represents the existing trees on site, which you can begin to see on this kind of right-hand side, bottom right-hand side, or where some of the existing olive trees are. So we're and also some are in boxes. And so we're planning on transplanting those into our grid. So we want to, reuse those just to kind of, celebrate the history of the site. And then this is the planting plan. So that kind of blue hatch is the Muhlenbergia dubia I was describing. Really trying to keep that as kind of a simplified, plant material as it relates to Robin's building. And just given like the water use as well, like that's a California native. And you see that, growing natively kind of at the base of the mountainside of the San Ynez Mountain as well. So we thought that was kind of an additional connection. And the water use on the project, I think, is less than half what we're allotted. So, we're well under that as well. So we're just, wanting to be, obviously water conscious as well. But we felt like the avocado orchard and Robin's building are like the two things that we should really be celebrating, not so much like the planting on the ground plane, because that's really truly what this place is about. It's really a ranching community. That's everything I think I have.
Okay. All right. Anything else from your crew?
I don't think so. There's additional sheets there, Chris, but
I think those are all irrigation related.
Irrigation and so on. Okay.
I have a question. I have to ask a question. What is this? It looks like a driveway or something like that, but what is it?
The blue color hatch there?
Yeah.
That's the grass I was describing, that Muhlenbergia dubia grass. So all the kind of the bluish color is planting.
And why does it have this shape? I mean, first I thought, oh, gee, they're planting on the driveway. That's why I'm asking. What's the concept behind that?
The concept is to have the cars depart and have a very distinct spot where the cars, leave the central courtyard. So really the human experience begins at that kind of block of planting. Is really the intention. In the curves itself, like versus having them squared off, there's a there's an elevation of Robbins Building where there's a very beautiful curve on the architecture, and we really wanted to try and pick that up in the landscape. So that's why it's curved.
And I just wanted to remind the board about, the concept of this courtyard and to the north of the house looking towards the mountains. And that's what those pepper trees are kind of coming out of that grove of pepper trees, the 9 trees there. And that piece of grass that comes in there kind of separates what would be a more kind of more of a private where people walk, and separates that from the cars. Yet when you drive in with the car, it looks as though it's like one big flowing space up to the house.
Okay, other questions, Alex?
No, thanks.
Okay, questions from anyone else? John?
No.
All right, Valerie?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, Robert?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Josh?
Not yet. No, thanks.
All right, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, see no hands, no letters. And so back to the board for comments. So Mr. Peugeot.
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Froscher.
No comments. I think it's a very complete project and ready to go.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
I agree with Valerie.
Mr. Richards.
I think it's a great project. The only comment I have is there's a huge span to this Muhlenbergia dubia. I've never personally used that plant, but it seems like you're relying on the success of one plant for a big part of the project in terms of the landscape. Everything else looks great. And I have positive comments.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer.
Nothing to add.
Okay.
Support it.
All right, I concur. No additional comments from me. It looks very cool. Does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to, let's see, where are we?
Prelim
Do we
and
have any?
final.
Yeah, for final approval.
And preliminary.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Val. All those in
As
favor?
submitted. Aye.
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 Aye. Okay.
Very good.
We'll discombobulated there. We'll get it better next time.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate the support.
Thank you so much.
We get kind of screwed up when we start giving things away. We're just like, I'm gonna
I'll see you come
condition
back.
this and.
All right, nice work. Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey, Chris, can I just clarify, we're 6 people today, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Kaylee's not here. Okay, good. I am moving on. Item number 6. The Hill Edition request of Jared DeGancy, architect for Angie and Michael Hill, for further conceptual and preliminary approval of a 1,420 net square foot renovation and 1,668 addition to the existing single family dwelling, including various landscape and hardscape improvements, grading 63 yards of cut, 151 fill. This is located at 2557 Whitney Avenue in Summerlin. Last heard January 22nd of this year. And do we have the applicant here? Please state your name.
I did want to clarify one thing, which is, and Leah sent out an email to that it was actually heard more recently, and so the minutes.
Okay.
Just want to make sure you review the.
Yeah, it looks like from July 9th. So I have that email from Leah, and I'll read the newer comments.
So what, can you read the, I have printed the old comments, so we have something else?
Yeah, I have the new one. There's an email. So I'll get to those as soon as we get, I think the applicant is in the panelists.
Yes, my name.
We moved.
Yeah, we got Jeff April as at Anacapa Architecture as part of a panelist, I believe. And then next to me is Jared DeGansey, project manager. And then we've got Keir Smith from Boxy.
Bosky Landscape.
Bosky, sorry.
Boxy. Okay, I think I just tried to promote the panelist.
Join as a panelist.
So Leah, maybe you can, there you go. Okay, very good. So I will read the comments from last time. And there were several. So this was from not January, but July 9th. Okay, as part of comments, A, story poles make structure appear boxy, not bosky. Elevations lack relief. B, concerned with overall width and length of structure. Board does not support the spa equipment storage solution as a way to comply with the maximum height limit because it appears as part of the residence. Structure should comply with all height limits, both 25-foot and 32-foot height limits, given the tightness of the lot. C, elevations are difficult to read as presented. D, pull south elevation further back in line with adjacent developments. E, mass, bulk, and scale is not compatible with neighborhood. Restudy, excuse me. F, restudy tree species to minimize view blockage. G, study north elevation of carport to soften appearance and reduce massing. So there you have it. We'll turn
Chris, Mr. Chair, could you read B again? I didn't hear all that, sorry.
Yeah. B is the board is concerned with overall width and length of structure. Board does not support the spa equipment storage solution as a way to comply with the maximum height limit because it appears as part of the residence. The structure should comply with all height limits, given the tightness of the lot. Okay.
Tell me what page you would like to go and what set.
This set is fine for right now. I'm going to do a little introduction. Thank you, board, for meeting today. We've had a lot of progress over the past couple of months with all involved neighbors and our a bunch of design teams. Starting out in January, these elevations are perfect if you want to stay there, or that's perfect. Starting out in January, we were presenting a 3-story house, which is a single-story addition on the upper level of an uphill lot. With a naturally weathering vertical cedar siding, green roofs, and some southern facing glazing with not a lot of glazing on the east or west sides and no glazing on the north. We did receive favorable comments as it relates to the architecture of our concept level package. So we are here to reiterate and show that the existing package is in conformance with the original intended concept, both as materials and as relief or as design. I'd also like to just caution the original story poles, which we have modified the design since then, but the original story poles went to every extent of the structure. It showed vertical lines to all of the overhangs and drip lines and did not articulate any of the changes in facade or elevation that are actually in our plans, which is a little bit of a shame and a double-edged sword of story poles in general. They don't really tell the whole story of the mass, bulk, and scale. They just show the farthest extents and then a straight line to the ground, which did not do our project favors as it relates to shifting volumes and roof overhangs. I'd like to just, in general, go over a list of some updates. So since the last story polls in our 7.9 MBAR, we've moved the entire south piece of the house 3'6" to the north, which is a shift of a total of 7'6" from the first SBAR hearing. This shift actually brings the residents in plane with the adjacent neighbors, and we've communicated extensively over in-person meetings, Zoom meetings, and FaceTimes with both the neighbor to the east and the west to really fine-tune this so that no view is irreparably or egregiously infringed upon. We've also reduced the south overhang 7'2" from the 7.9 story pole. So it's a 7'6" overhang in total. The overhang on the third floor, we've reduced 3'8" to a 5' overhang, and that brings us into full compliance with our height no exemptions, no modifications requested, no full in conformance there. To help reduce the effect of the mass from both the uphill neighbors and our neighbor to the east, we have reduced the upper level by 6 inches vertically. We've also decreased the area of the house by 188 square feet, which is 67 square feet below the maximum allowed FAR. And then paying attention to landscape, we are extremely sensitive to this. We've resized and reshaped the trees that are going to be along the driveway, the trees that are in the front yard, and then in regards to the screening on the sides of the house, the architectural screening and the fenestration, we've reduced the fenestration on the east side so that the neighbor who just cut down a big privacy tree between the two lots that was providing a beautiful entry to our stair, we've reduced that window to keep privacy and to not always have a misalignment of windows. And then we've reduced the amount of vertical wood screening on the west elevation, which helps promote the relief of the sort of levels, the shifting levels. Yeah, if you go to those elevations there. So we have a third level that is the grid line, the full grid line width, and then we have a second level that is this width, and the third level is that width. And this is a deck that is the basically the existing west portion of the existing home coming down. So I would like to just communicate to the board, I'm sorry, my first line is wrong, it's grid line 5. I'd like to communicate to the board that the width of the house is set by the width of the existing house. We are going no farther east-west than what is currently there as a drip line. So I don't know if I communicated that effectively to the board. We're well within our setbacks, and we're not proposing any width increase. And then in terms of the overall length, we are now in plane with our adjacent neighbors. And again, through a bunch of story polls, we've communicated and received support from the neighbors for the overall expansion to the south. That was a tricky one. We are maintaining the existing basement. We are maintaining the existing sort of back of house framing. So we're trying to, as we all know, construction is very expensive right now. So we are trying to use as much here as possible. So our hands were a little bit tied in being able to push this farther back without demolishing the complete existing house. So those are a list of general updates. I'm going to let Jared go through the drawings with you guys, and then Keir is here for your landscape questions. Thank you for your time, and off to Jared.
Yes, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, just more specifically, I wanted to address each of the comments previously a little bit more head on. With comment A regarding the story poles and the making the structure appear boxy, as Jeff mentioned, it did overly simplify. So I think these elevations, but then also if you could jump to sheets, the 900s, page 21 of this PDF. Here we're just trying to better articulate that, although the story poles showed the maximum extents of these corners as just a simple line that went all the way back, we have used a mix of wood screens, which you can see here on the left, to provide a little bit of transparency and privacy in different locations. If you want to jump to the next sheet, you can see it's a little hard at this angle, but these are actually more wood screens that travel down the hill, mimicking the slope of the site, that again help provide relief in various locations, just giving the elevation a little bit more diversity. Again, with the roof also overhanging here with a little bit of a light, trying to create shade, shadow, and make the facade less straight and simple as those story poles unfortunately did. Yes, I'm going to down one more. So this is just this is looking from one page down is good. Thank you. This is perfect. So again, this is also showing how it's stepping down the hillside, as Jeff had noted. This elevation is different plane than the second floor elevation, which is in a different elevation as the ground floor. And so we're trying to shift that as we can along that west face of the driveway. Also, as we're shifting in the south, stepping upward, just trying to create a a bunch of diverse planes to make that not as boxy as previously it was showing with the story poles. On item number B, where it was a concern with the overall width and length of structure and not convinced the spa equipment solution was working, Jeff mentioned, and I'll reiterate, we did, after having multiple meetings with the neighbors on site and working with the clients, we've reduced that south side. We've pushed that back, namely the glass, this elevation back 3'6". We've pushed back the overhang and decks substantially, as Jeff had noted. And also you'll notice, and maybe better on the elevation, if you could jump to page 11, please. It's been a bit, but we did remove, there used to be a pool and spa equipment enclosure in this area. And that was causing, the maximum heights to be met and also the bulkiness to be read more. And so what we've done is we've located the spa equipment in this location. If you could go to the floor plan, this is actually an existing patio area. This sheet is perfect, number 6, thank you. So we've relocated the spa equipment in this. It's an outdoor area, but it's underneath the home. And so that's better. We thought felt that was a better way to address and locate that spa. So we're no longer maximizing our height as we were previously. And then with the comment letter C, elevations were difficult to read. Last time we came with strictly the line and the preliminary status. This is the existing, actually. If you could go down one sheet, we've taken the black and white line drawings and then elaborated onto that both landscaping and materials, just to get a better idea of the palette with the natural weathered wood, glazing, and then on the base volume going with a gray stucco to have add weight. So it has more, it's like the 2 floors are on top of a plinth. And also, again, helping diversify the structure. So it's not just a simple box, to also break down that the mass, bulk, and scale using materiality. And these are also articulating the landscape on site. Kira will talk a little bit more about that in detail, but this just also shows, we have existing podocarpus on the site. It's quite a thick, robust hedge. And right now, these two, the neighbor to the west, they currently share a driveway. And to create a similar kind of softness between the structures, Bosque is looking at proposing some low-laying trees to create a little bit of privacy and greenness to those spaces. And that's what we've shown a little bit in this elevation, but the landscape elevation will better show that. Item number D was to consider pulling the south elevation further back in line with the adjacent development. So yeah, again, as Jeff had mentioned, the elevation actually is suitable. We've pushed this back 3'6", and we've pushed this back, I believe it was about 7 feet, and this about 3 feet, just to kind of pull it all the way back. We've worked with the neighbors. We installed a second set of story poles to study this with the neighbors, both the east and west, looking at from their homes. And we were able to come to a meeting where we could agree that the proposed reduction really worked for everyone.
We did the aerial drone studies.
Yeah, and aerial drone studies as well. Items we've included as exhibits if we would like to check out.
Where would they be?
The exhibit C is the story pole photos. That one might be the most beneficial. Just as a This is a second set of story poles. This was after the July 9th. We did this in late September, where we were trying to articulate the face of glass and the face of the overhang and the face of the deck. And yeah, so these first 2 photos are from the actual house. This is from the 2557 Whitney residence. Beforehand, we were showing a little bit longer, and as something that we learned with the meetings of the neighbors and the installation of these story poles is we did want to shift this overhang back 2'6", because if you want to go to the 3rd page, this is from the neighbor to the east from their deck. And so this is looking towards our property here. That's the existing residence. And this was the edge of the overhang. This was the edge of glass. And then it's a little hard to see because the podocarpus is here, but the edge of the deck we shifted out as well. And so, viewing this with the neighbor, both page 3 and 4 showing that view, we spoke with them and wanted to move that back to where it's better in line, closer to with what they're having installed on their deck. And then pages 5 and 6 are showing from the neighbors to the west, just trying to, exhibit to the neighbors, the impact that we would have with the deck. Again, the deck is in line with the podocarpus. And so really the main focus was the overhang, and that's something that we wanted to push back to better comply with everybody's thoughts and feelings for the update.
You have the overhead?
Yeah, and if you could go to, there's another exhibit, I believe it's exhibit A, please.
This one here, yeah?
Correct.
Perfect. So the first two pages, this second page, or this first page, I'm sorry, it's showing the line of what was proposed in our previous SBAR. And so we're trying to analyze, from the deck of the property of each of these neighbors, the view that's reduced by the glass, and then also the area that is being impacted by the overhang. So the area that's reduced by our face of glass was in blue. And so this is the previous one. So we're moving forward in such a way where if on page 1, you can see we're reducing the neighbor to the east about 4.5 degrees, and then the neighbor to the west about 9. And so now with this pulling it back, now that we're pulled the glass where it's in line with the neighbor with the easts, when you're outside on that deck, which you also saw on the story poles, we're no longer reducing any sort of view. The overhang is there, but we've reduced that also by about 5 degrees. And then the neighbor on the west, we've minimized that view reduction, which was previously 9 down to 5.5. So we tried to push everything back while also maintaining a somewhat consistent location with the adjacent neighbors.
Yeah, and it also just goes to show, if you go to back to that diagram, I mean, the neighbor to the east does have 270-degree views that are being no longer infringed upon in any meaningful way. Gary's actually provided a support letter for our project. And then the neighbor to the east, the Prices, they are landlocked on 2 sides, and they're having this small reduction here, but they still have the 174.5 degrees here. So it is a really meaningful, we spent a lot of time negotiating in this with the neighbors, and it's, little fractions of degrees here and there. And, we were advocating for our client, but I think everyone's happy with this solution. And I'd like to just also mention that the neighbor to the east, the 3rd floor is basically effectively all of that, whereas our 3rd floor is the garage and the master is that. And then the 3rd floor over here is that. So our 3rd floor is stepped back from all of our adjacent neighbors.
Exactly. Awesome. Thanks, Jeff.
And then this is, that's an important one too. Just in terms of neighborhood mass, bulk, and scale, if you go one more. Sorry. So the neighbor to the east, this is an elevation on a general elevation, our house superimposed on the neighbor to the east, just as an example of mass, bulk, and scale. Their residence is, pushed out as far to the south as possible, whereas our 3rd floor is, almost half the size of what they currently have. So we do feel pretty good about making sure that all of our mass is sliding in plane to reduce any effect of what could be considered a very tall structure.
Yes. So if we want to jump back, so that was, I think, a good summation of the item E, where study ways to reduce most mass, bulk, and scale. Those were items where we looked at, reducing the overall height of the building, pulling back the south face, and then further articulating the east and west elevations with those wood screens, and the north elevation, I'm sorry, with that wood screen. And for item F, structure should comply with all height limits, both the 25-foot and 32-foot height limits. If you could jump back to the elevations on page 11 and 12 of the 3 of 3 Whitney PDF, the one at the top. Perfect. Pages 11 and 12 are best.
You want to start wrapping up here too, guys?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Real quickly, again, just reiterating, since we've lowered the structure a total of 6 inches, and then we've also cut back that overhang, and we've cut back that overhang and removed the spa enclosure. So now we're all complying with the 25-foot and 32-foot. So no longer asking for any sort of variance or modification as previously done. And then the next item with studying the tree species to minimize view blockage. We have Kier from Bosque, if Kier would mind giving.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. If we can switch over to 2 of 3, I think there's 3 different documents. That'd be great. That's landscape. Thank you. If we go to page 6, I believe, is the first landscape sheet. I'll be quick. Great. Yeah. So so since our last review, we've evolved the plans a bit. As Jared and Jeff mentioned, we've met with the neighbors to kind of clarify and alleviate any concerns they had with the landscape and the screening trees. And so specifically regarding the trees, the first comment was, I think, setting the trees on the, I guess it's west elevation, at the bottom of the sheet. And so originally, I think we had proposed a Tristania or something that is a little bit more columnar shaped and can get a bit higher. And if we can go to the third sheet, the last sheet, 8. Yeah, this kind of shows the tree we'd be proposing, which is a Tupidanthus. What is it? Tupidanthus. It's kind of a hard one to pronounce. It's a Scheffler, I think, is another name for it, but we can kind of keep this one a lot smaller. And the idea is we would keep it below the roof line. I know that that top tree is kind of coming up above that roof line, but we would keep that below the roof line. And we've talked to the neighbors, the Becker residents above them, and kind of had some back and forth about what this would be. And then also what the price is on the west. And then the other tree, I think that we had a problem with was the avocado tree. That they have an existing one now, but and I think we had proposed to replace it with another avocado tree, which was a client request. But I think we're proposing now a pineapple guava tree for that one that's on the left, and that would be on the left-hand side of the driveway as we come in. So we could, it's a lot smaller tree at mature size, and then wrapping around the frontage and then all along that driveway, we would have succulents, ground covers, and grasses as the understory there. And we have a preliminary plant palette we could look at on the first sheet if we want. And then what you're seeing there with the vines is a fencing that we're proposing to privatize. Let's see, yeah, the backyard or their ocean frontage area, which would be a wood fence to kind of pull off from the cedar siding that we're proposing for the architecture. The backyard or the frontage hasn't really changed since the last meeting. We've kind of pushed and pulled things here and there to respond to the architecture, but there's a spa in the deck. We're proposing a fire pit and a small fountain water feature. And then the far side or the very south side of the property is a sloped edible like fruit garden area. I think that about covers it.
Where's that Italian cypress that was shown in that elevation? Is that happening?
No. Sorry, board member Gillian, what elevation?
Oh, there was on the architectural elevations, there was I guess it'd be on the east side. On the south elevation, it showed a big vertical.
Oh, that it's probably just a rendering thing, but that's an existing podocarpus hedge. So they have basically complete privacy from their east neighbors.
Yeah,
So
there's a 12 to 14 foot tall podocarpus hedge, well maintained between the east neighbor and the hills.
And then this number 7 here is a new hedge, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Over on this page. What's
yeah,
this for here?
I think.
Is that barbecue?
Actually, that's a outdoor pizza oven.
Right. Okay.
Outdoor pizza oven. That was on the last go around. So we haven't changed anything there. I guess we can go to the second sheet since I don't think this sheet has changed, but the green roof that Jared had mentioned on the second floor.
Page 7 is the best.
Okay. Yeah, page 7.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I said second sheet. Yeah, so this hasn't changed, but it's a live roof system that will kind of help out with the view from the master bedroom to kind of give it like a semi-infinity type edge for their view out their master bedroom to the ocean, and to kind of screen some of the roof structure.
And it helps with the neighbors both to the east and the west so that they don't just stare at gravel. And actually the ones that are to the north as they approach their driveways, we had removed it for structural reasons prior, and we have put it back as both the owners want it and the neighbors were happy for it. So we were happy to bring it back.
And I think that about concludes for me for landscape.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
then, thank you. Anything else from you guys?
The last comment on the sheet was just to study the north elevation, and I think the render, as previously mentioned on the last page of the 3 of 3, we've used wood screens and materiality and a varying face of roof overhang to soften that up, along with Kier and the landscaping.
Okay.
But no, besides that, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Bring it back to the board then for questions. Ms. Froscher.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Mr. Verdiak,
I have no questions.
Mr. Richards,
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Peugeot,
No questions.
Bloomer.
I have a question. I wanted to direct my question to the landscape architect. I just, I think the presentation goes pretty well to explain the way the architecture and the inhabits the views, and I think you guys have made a good presentation on how you're mitigating neighbor concerns and with the architecture. But I want the landscape architect, can you kind of walk us through how the tree plantings that are being proposed, and perhaps even the existing trees on this project and the neighboring projects, kind of either ameliorate the neighboring concerns around view or exacerbate it? Or can you kind of walk us through it quickly?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we've been in discussion with the neighbors above, who are kind of the ones that would really affect that tree height. And the house to the immediate west of this one, which is the Price residence, they have currently a number of trees that are, you guys probably went to the site and saw their redwood trees and really tall trees there. So it kind of puts a lot of the view quarter over this house essentially for the people above them. And so we're just being thoughtful about maintaining a tree that wouldn't come above the roof line. And that's true for.
So how does that work? That's the question I have. Can you go back to that diagram you guys had up that was showing?
Yeah, it'd be sheet 8, or sorry, sheet 8 of this set.
There was the diagram that was showing the view lines of the neighbors and so forth. It was
it might be on a.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way,
Exhibit
Mr.
A.
Chair, I forgot to mention, I had an ex parte conversation with one of the neighbors, the Becker family, a brief discussion about this project. Yeah, so I was trying to understand it from this standpoint, like, and I guess the other question I have from the architects is, we've got a lot of exhibits here that are focused on the two side-by-side neighbors. I'm not clear about the relationship of this house to the uphill neighbors. You'd think that would be paramount. It seems to be.
If you want to go to the 1 of 3 PDF, we have some. They're not photographs, but they're
site sections from the uphill neighbor.
Yeah, site
David
sections
Becker's
and 3D views.
residence.
There we go. That one. Perfect.
That one, 6.
Yes, thank you. And so this is showing the top 2 in the left are showing a before and after from the residence directly to the north, and then the bottom 2 are from the residence to the north, and then also west from the 2 levels of that house, because there's a garage entry level and a upper level, whereas the top 2 images are just roughly from the entry level of the residence directly to the north. And so acknowledging the roof
section.
lines, yeah, we also have a section, and that is in the 3 of 3 PDF. On the top. And then this is near the front, I believe page 3. No, sorry, page 4.
Yeah, there we go.
Perfect.
There we
So
are.
here's the house immediately to the north. And you can see the 2 red lines for the existing home and the new home as the change in view angle from.
Yeah, I get how it works, man.
Got
So
it.
what? So to the trees, like how are you protecting these views by planting trees? That's the question I'm trying to get at. Seems like counterintuitive. I just don't
Well-
understand the strategy.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. I think the trees aren't there to protect they were more to give privacy between the western neighbor. You know, we have a lot of a number of fenestrations on the western side that those houses are pretty close together. And I think it's to provide privacy there without, you know, greatly impacting the neighbors above them, their
So
views.
Is it fair to say that this proposal is giving favor to privacy on the side-by-side neighbors over view preservation of the neighbors above? Is that a fair comment?
How tall are the trees?
Well, what year?
Yeah, so I mean, we're talking 12 to 15 foot tall trees. But I can't really speak to what if they're giving, you know, if we're giving more importance to the privacy or the view corridors.
Well, that's my question, is like, if privacy is the issue, why is a tree necessarily the correct solution, or could it be a hedge, you know, that you can actually control? Because it seems like planting a bunch of trees, I mean, people get pretty wildly excited about architecture getting in their view, and then people tend to forget that, like, you can have an enormous tree blasting your view apart, you know, because trees are massive when they start to grow. So I'm just curious, like, I'm just not clear on the strategy. Is it a tree that doesn't tend to grow as much, or is it been selected because it's subdued, or what do we?
The tree
does it change during the season, or is it always?
Yeah,
blooming,
the tree itself is kind of more of a tropical variety. I'd say it's a lot more airy, so they have a lot of windows on that side, or a number of windows that we'd want to have light through. I think a hedge, if we brought it up too high, it would kind of create a wall effect and really close off those windows. I think the particular tree that we're proposing now, we could really strategically prune to kind of have more of a filtered light, and then also filtered views through, as opposed to something more dense like a Tristania that we originally had proposed.
Yeah, Josh, I can speak to that a little bit too, because that was my comment from last time, is that the previously chosen tree was, you know, could reach 30, 40 feet. And these trees that have been substituted are, like, as Keir said, 12 to 15 feet. So I feel comfortable that this is satisfying the previous comment. And so if we have comment from the neighbor, then we can talk more about this. But
One more piece of information for the team. This is a perfect photo. Oh, go back to the this photo right here. One last comment. This tree has been removed between the hill and
we got that.
This tree is going to be removed. So while the project is proposing new trees, we are removing egregiously tall trees across 3 parcels as well.
Okay, so let's move on here. We are in
Thanks, Chris.
question.
That, by the way, that your answer, Chris, kind of helped me. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay. I forgot where we left off. Who asked questions? Did we go
I
through?
think I was the last person to.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. No.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Bloomer. Seriously?
No.
Okay. So go to public comment then. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. I have some hands going up. Let me get the timer going. I'm sure you all remember the sound, so please try and limit to 2 minutes. Give me a second to get set up. Okay, I have one hand up. Leslie Robinson.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, whenever you're ready, 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that 2 things. One, the Hills were very cooperative in working with their neighbors, and we really appreciated their efforts and their directions to the architects who were able to make the changes they've outlined. So I think that process worked very well and we appreciated it. Two, we did take down that tall tree in part because it was blocking the view of our upper neighbor, and in other parts because it was interfering with the foundation of our property. So it wasn't done as any kind of a surprise. It just was a tree that had gotten too large for the space between our two properties. But we'll have a podocarpus hedge, which will be fine. And we can all keep that trimmed for the benefit of the upper neighbors. And three, we did submit a letter in support of the project and expressing our rationale for that. I just wanted to make sure that the board had received a letter from the Robinsons, the neighbors to the east.
Yes, we did.
All right. Well, it's a good project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Please raise your hand if so. Okay, seeing no hands, additional hands go up, we can bring it back to the board for comments. Beginning with member Peugeot.
Yeah, no, I have no negative comments. I think the applicant, oops, yeah, I'm having difficulties here. I think the applicant it responded well to our previous comments, so I don't have anything to object.
Okay, member Froscher.
I feel the same way. I think the applicants worked hard to meet with the neighbors and come up with solutions that would be beneficial without destroying the integrity of their project. So I think, I'm interested to hear what current feelings are about the trees, because I think it's true they could turn into a blockage for the neighbors above again. And so I'd like to hear what the landscape architects think about that.
Okay, member Verdiak, comments?
Oh, no comments. I think it's come a long way and I can support it.
Okay, member Richards.
I wasn't here to see the beginning of this project, so I'm not going to make any comments this time. Thanks.
Okay, put all the pressure on me. Member Bloomer, comments?
Well, yeah, I guess I was kind of anticipating, hoping that, and then hoping too, that the public comment would kind of be the proof in the pudding of the assertion that the neighbors have been satisfied. So I'm kind of assuming, based on the lack of involvement from the neighbors and the positive comments we've gotten, that, that team has actually done good work to mitigate a difficult situation with a lot of different interests. So if that's the case, then if nobody comes back yelling, saying they didn't know there's a meeting today, aside from that, I would say, hats off to these folks for actually charting a difficult process and getting a nice project done. And I would agree with the other board members that, especially Alex, that I think they addressed our comments and got it done. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I concur. I think this is a good example of, how it helps to talk to the neighbors. Everybody's happier in the end, except for maybe the applicant because they wanted more square footage, but still a
We're
great
fine,
house.
you guys. We're fine.
Still a great house. And in terms of, the trees and the view blockage, I think the landscape architect has done a good job of choosing appropriate species to mitigate that, especially in the front yard with the pineapple guava. I think that's a good choice. And the Scheffler running down the hill, the only, basically what is created here is with the new construction of this house and the house to the west, there's a little view corridor down the driveway I guess the most ocean view. And so actually I kind of wanted to go back and look at the image taken from the upper neighbor, or at least the renderings, and maybe we can kind of point out what I'm talking about. And I don't remember which.
The 1 of 3 PDF.
That was in.
Yeah, that should be in the 1 of 3 for those computer images.
Is it page 4 or 5 or right 6? Okay, so you can zoom into, I guess just on the left side of the page, I'll maybe draw it a little bit. So yeah, exactly.
That one?
Yeah, so I think that's good. Actually, go up to the top left, that's maybe
These
better.
two, before and after, same view.
Yeah, so previously, this is that kind of corridor view, and the previous trees that were called out were going to get, quite large in there. So I think that the new trees are no higher than the roof line, and it marches down the hill with the roof line. So to me, that's a successful solution in terms of helping with screening between the window to window from the west neighbor and not getting too tall to block ocean views from the uphill neighbor. So I feel comfortable with that. I think it's a good solution. All right. And I had nothing else to add. So any other last minute comments from the board? Okay. So again, this is here for further conceptual and preliminary if someone wants to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for preliminary approval. I don't think we have any comments, right? We don't have any.
No, I guess there really weren't any comments.
Okay.
After all that.
Second.
So, sorry, was there a second there?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
That was from Josh?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So first and second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
So I think final on consent or final at full board?
I would love consent, just, but
No,
you guys
that's not
choose.
the question for you.
I know, I'm kidding.
Well, it's up to you guys. I mean, I think the landscape is there. Species are called out. I'm sure that, the irrigation and all that is sufficient. It just depends on how you architects feel about the level of detail.
Well, I think it's a simple architecture, it's just a matter of execution of details. I don't think there's anything controversial, that would come out of the detailing unless they run into some structural issue. So,
Okay, I'll be comfortable.
I think I would too. I don't think it's a problem.
Does anyone object to final on consent?
No, that's fine.
Okay, there you go. Congrats.
Good work.
Very much appreciated, board. I appreciate all of your comments and time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Item number 7, law, dwelling and detached garage. Request of Jeff Shelton, architect for Nancy Law, for conceptual review of a new 2,296 square foot residence, an 882 square foot detached structure consisting of a 441 square foot 2-car garage on the main level and a 441 square foot detached studio on the lower level. 5,404 square feet of landscaping and 1,295 square feet of hardscaping as proposed on a vacant parcel, 150 cubic yards of cut and 0 fill, located at 2632 Montrose Place in Santa Barbara. Do we have the applicant here that has, I believe, been waiting very patiently all day?
Am I on?
Yes.
And you can hear me.
Yes.
Great. I'm Jeff Shelton. I'm the architect for the Laws. They live on the street, also down the street a bit. We're here for concept. It's a difficult site. It's a difficult site for our planner and the county. It's one of those sites that hadn't got built on because it's so difficult. So we're here to just get your comments about what the type of house we're proposing here. So we sent our plans to Mission Canyon, and we got favorable comments by them. I guess they've been sent to you. We don't have landscape architecture plans yet. We're waiting for these comments. Perry Eye Studios is going to be doing that, and we're getting a arborist report. I'd like to start with the site plan as shown there. And just go over the site. We're going to go over the survey and the photos, and then come back to the site plan to show you the our concept. So if we start with that site plan, hone in on that a little bit. First of all, if you've been to the site, you'll see these fantastic oak trees sitting on the street, and our main goal is to save those oak trees and then get a house behind those somewhere. Like I said, it's a steep lot, so getting the car on is, I think, the first thing we're trying to do here. The street slopes 6 feet across the front property line. It goes from 502 down to 496 plus or minus here. As you can see, our front property line is about 10 plus feet off the sidewalk. And you'll see property line issues, and the neighbors are of course concerned about this, but they got surveyed. We have surveyed, and both existing neighbors are using the land that is on our property technically. So there's some issues over there, painful issues. It's unfortunate that this has happened, but we're showing our site, and we're showing setbacks based on our site. And why don't we go to the survey, just so you can see that clearly. Now the survey, well, there's a slope study in a bit, but as you can see, we're coming diagonally. The contours are coming diagonally across our site. They're all the other houses are perpendicular, and then this site turns and they go perpendicular again. So that's going to be an issue in a bit, but the best way to build is perpendicular, parallel with those contours. We're going to get back to that in a second. Let's go to the photos. This is looking okay. Up on the upper left is looking up the street. Those are the two oak trees that we like so much, or my client likes. Let's go to the next photo to the right. It's just getting closer to those trees. And then the bottom photo is this looking across the street straight over our site. Up where this black truck is at 502-ish. And down here where the Bougainvillea is, down this area, is 496. So there's a good slope right there. This is going back up the street and looking back down. There's the oak trees, and then once again, farther back up, looking down at our site. Okay, next group of photos. So this is on the site, looking south-ish, center of our southwest at our neighbors to the south there. Can't remember exactly what year their house got built, but it's showing 4 stories there at the bottom part of it. But it's got a bridge out to it. It's got the same problem we do. It's got a bridge that goes from the street to their garage. So let's go to the next photo to the right. This is looking back, going back over near them and looking back the other way. That's the house above us, northeast. And okay, and then go down. This is turning towards the west, northwest, looking out towards the mountains. This one on the left is from, you can see the oak trees to the left. So it's sort of looking down the perpendicular to the slope. And the next photo would be looking the other way. The oak trees keep you oriented here. All right. Here's a slope study. You know, we're basically, when we come down, when you see it, there isn't a flat spot on the site, but we're building in the flattest spot on portion of the site, in that green area, right in that area. Unfortunately, to get there, we're having to go over the steeper sections. Next photo, next drawing. Oh, let's go back to the site plan. Sorry, the number 1. Okay, so we had our objectives. One is to make it as low as possible. Right, already people are walking in the street and they've all got used to these beautiful oak trees and the views. So how can we drop it? We did something on Mountain Drive with the same intention of getting it low. Whether we can get it that low, I don't think so, but that was an intention. We wanted to float it away from the oak trees per our expected arborist report. Just by the way, that so we've let's see here. We're considering a bridge to the house to help the oak trees. We've located it parallel with the contours, and that might become an issue in a second, but that's the it helps our view, although the view is good any way we look. It helps the structure, and it helps our county height calculations. So our first issue was to get the car on the site, and so we went to the lowest part of the site to bring the car on out. And we also isolated the garage, so we get the code. We can get it closer to the road that way, per the municipal code. And so that is basically the best place we found for the garage, on the lowest part of the site, going out about 20 feet and putting the car there. We have to have a guest parking per Mission Canyon rules, and that's where we're showing it in the front of the house. This is all a bridge that is cantilevered over the ground below. And the whole house is on caissons, and so would this bridge and anything else be on caissons. Now, we isolated the house for that reason, because we're not allowed to connect them and be that close to the front property line. And it also provides this nice gap of light in between the two as you're walking down the street. Now, and then we drop the house down to the garage level as far as we can, maybe lower. No, I think it's the same. Is it, James? Yeah, same. And so now our roof height, just so as we're going through this, the roof height is, if you stood on the street up near where that black truck was at the top, the roof height is 1 foot higher than that. So your eye level is 4 feet, depending on how tall you are, 4 feet over the roof from the top of the street. So we've really dropped this down. You'll see that in the elevations. Let's go to oh, by the way, the garage ends up floating out there. So we wanted to add we wanted to have an extra room in the house. So instead we put it under the garage in an empty spot. So let's go to these elevations here. We'll get to the color ones later, but these have all the numbers on them. So let's start. And what we have an elevation that's looking straight on the garage and one that's looking straight on the other building. So we'll go back and forth. Why don't we start with this upper right east garage one? That shows you our predicament of getting our garage in from the street. You can see that dotted line that says Montrose Place. It's about garage level. That's the street at street level. And then if you look below, you'll see the house looking at it square on. So one's an oblique drawing, one's not. And the house is very simple. We have eastern light coming in high above, and basically not really many windows on that street side. Let's go to the right, to the left there, and you can see the garage that is facing the neighbors to the south, on the south garage, upper left. And we've minimized any windows on that elevation, on the garage. And if you look at the one below on the house, is little windows as possible. There you can see on this, let's go to the left on this number 2 south house, right? You can see where we are breaking the height limit. It's on that corner of that house is where we're breaking it. Now, if you go up a bit on the upper drawing, you can see that where it's breaking it on the garage, it's breaking on that corner. Let's go to the next sheet. Okay, so on the upper right, the west garage, yeah, you can start to see our house and in relationship to the other houses. I guess we could have probably on that last drawing too, about where it's sitting versus the 2 existing houses. You can see at some places the height limit it's under, and some places it's a little bit over. Go down below there. Once again, this also shows the relationship with the other houses. This time the garage is oblique, and you can see our height limit is fine in some places. In some places, that corner of the house violates it. Go to the left. And here we have, looking from the neighbors to the north, looking across our site, and you can see the relationship with our house and with the existing house to the south. Let me go to the, go back. I'm sorry, one thing I want to point out on the one on the left.
I'm sorry, next page or this page?
Excuse me, the page we were on right there, sorry. You can see Montrose on the elevation, the west elevation on there. You can see the Montrose Place dotted, number 5 here. Yeah, you can see Montrose Place dashed in where the street is compared to our house. Far different than any other house on this, most houses on that street, due to the code change since they built their house, I suppose. But that's our goal there. Why don't we go to the next drawing, which I think is 10. This just shows you some materials, shows you the house again, of course, but shows you we're thinking of maybe a concrete on one item and core tin on the other. Some earth colored materials, very simple, and not much to that. Perhaps a green roof on the garage to help with our stormwater management, but the landscape architects will help with that also. You can go to you can see the street where Montrose is. I keep liking to point that out. I don't know how much lower we could go. Let's go to the next sheet. And once again, just mainly shows you materials, shows you some relationships between the neighbors. And so the final thing I'd like to say is, we just got some letters, and neighbors aren't really thrilled. 2 things, their property line issues is one, and they both agree they don't like the tilt of our building on, this practical way we're doing it. I could probably talk the owner into tilting it back to be more like the neighbors, to help satisfy that issue. We would have issues with the county height calculations. The roof would be exactly the same height, but the calculation would add a few more feet, 4 more feet or something like that to our predicament. So we would need some findings if that was a solution neighbors like. And it also might make our 2 buildings close enough together where they're not separate, where we might have a front yard. The garage can't be at that location. So those are the 2 issues why the building's not, why it's with the contours and not against the contours. I think that's what we have to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. Back to the board then for questions. Mr. Verdiak. John, you're on mute if you're trying to speak.
Yeah. You know, I understand it's a very difficult site, and I suppose you thought of this, you know, moving the garage closer to the street. You know, I mean, it's a hardship here, and have you explored doing that? Or if you did it, I mean, would you lose your room down below the garage? I mean, it seems like there's such a slope here that you could infringe on the front setback and move the garage closer to the street, which might make it simpler to build. Have you?
Parking space there too.
I think it's the parking space, yeah.
Well, let's just say we were staying within the code location. That's where we put it. We didn't entertain that. If that oak tree wasn't there, it would be more fun to entertain. But look at if that was possible, I guess we'd entertain it to see what all the problems would be with the arborist and with that guest parking. But it's one of those things you just don't spend a lot of time on if it's totally against the code.
Is that parking space, you know, raised, or is that?
Yes, it's floating. This is some concrete work here.
Like a bridge?
Yes, it's floating.
Yeah, on Caisson. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions, John? Your
No.
other questions?
No.
Okay. Ms. Froscher, questions?
What would you say about, I think you mentioned that the views are better for this property with the building turned the way it is, even, you know, even in addition to the fact that the topography and the height calcs and all of that works better. But is the orientation for the public spaces better with it turned this way?
First of all, you know, the view is great for everybody here. So I don't think anybody, if you turn this building back the other way, I don't think anyone could complain about a view. There's so much here. So with that being said, it doesn't hurt the house to turn it, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. That's really my question because, you know, is there something about, because it feels almost like it's maybe looking at the neighbor more than your clients would want to look at the neighbor, but we can't tell.
Yeah.
Is that
No,
true? If you turned it more parallel to the property line, that you would actually look more out rather than at the side of the neighbor?
Yeah, that would work. I mean, once again, we're trying to keep it that county, you know, the calculations for height. So just picture that left corner twisting. So we're just adding some, however far we go, and then there's some more cut right in the back.
Yeah.
So it could be done, and that's why I mentioned that. You know, I was reading these letters and reading the concerns. It's like maybe we better really explore turning that, but we would need some help from the county or somebody with those calculations.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Other questions, Member Richards?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Member Peugeot.
A question about the bridge. This part is on grade and this is floating, and how does it work?
Yeah. So, Alex, I knew you'd say something about that. It has a lot of work to do because one, we don't want to hurt the oak tree also.
Right.
So it's more of a working with Ashley Vance of, do we put a small case on here and here and span it? But right now it's spanning from the bottom of those stairs to the building. That's the idea. Yeah, it's on grade, goes out, then it steps down to that point where the arrow is. And then that's a bridge there.
From here to
So-
here is a bridge,
Yeah,
and this is not on grade, right? It's floating, right?
once again, if we could float it, it'd go from caisson to caisson.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay, Vice Chair Bloomer, questions?
Well, my only question was going to be what the real issue is here, and I think the applicant's done Jeff's done a good job, actually. Thank you.
Okay, I think the only question I had was, do you have an arborist already? I don't see critical root zones called out on those trees. I'm kind of curious.
Right. Bill Spiewak is our arborist, and he's already reviewed the situation and sent me the first part of the report, and he wanted to wait to make sure, I said, we're going in for this review. He wants to react to, like, for instance, if you guys said you had to build next to the, something crazy, but we have a root zone area. He likes the idea that whole bridge is happening. But I can tell you it's going to be a crazy design issue with him and Ashley Vance, et cetera. So and Ashley Vance says they're all up for the challenge. So it's more of we wanted to show you this whole issue before we started really diving into these details.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the board? Okay,
No.
I'm gonna move on to public comment. We had a letter from a neighbor and also from the Mission Canyon Committee. And we have hands going up. So you'll each have 2 minutes. Please try and limit it to that. You'll hear an alarm at the end of 2 minutes. And you have a few more seconds to wrap it up. But let's see here. Linda Kaplan, 2 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Yes, hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, board members. My name is Linda Kaplan, and I am the owner and live below the proposed project at 1108 Palomino Road. After now seeing the plans for the first time, I am concerned about the impact on our privacy because we live right below. This is the first time that we've seen this. I'm hoping any impact can be buffered by trees, shrubs, lines between houses at the property line. Another one of our main concerns is how collection runoff from non-permeable areas will be handled. A previous project above us introduced dry wells as a collection for runoff, but with the poor soil conditions of our area, that does not even meet percolation for septic. This solution does not work as we have seen additional runoff from those collection points that impact the foundation of our home. So at this time, our main concerns are the impact on potential privacy and primarily how non-permeable runoff will be solved. Thank you for your time, board members.
Thank you very much. All right, Waleed Afifi.
Thank you. So we're the neighbors on 2630, and listening a little bit to the previous item and seeing what's possible in terms of graphs and sort of views that and drawings, etc. I'm a little frustrated at what we were presented. This actually I've never heard from Mr. Shelton before. And I didn't know that this went into the Mission Canyon board for review, something I would have liked to have at least been invited to. So we will be submitting a request for additional conversation with the board in Mission Canyon. We have concerns that we've laid out in this memo. They're generally around the record of survey and the survey that's been done. We don't have, there's no, we're waiting on approval and that process from the county. We've hired our own person. So that's one big issue that doesn't feel like we can really go forward until this county level approval for that. The angle has already been discussed. We outline it there in some detail. The level of the height goes pretty much up to our master bedroom, and we're talking about a few feet away where they're able to look into our wall of windows in our master bedroom. The impact on views, it's not clear because there's no story poles, so there's no drawings that give a sense for how that's, real sense. Again, the previous item went into some really impressive detail on what that would look like. I have no idea. I'm assuming that's going to come later. I'm really worried about the caissons and how that's going to affect our structural damage on our property. Again, this is out of my zone. I don't know, but there's certainly not a willingness to have a significant loss in property because of shifting that happens because they're on there. So I assume that all that stuff will be taken care of before there's any sort of possibility of construction. And I think those are the primary ones. Any height sort of variances. I mean, we're starting with the assumption that they want a 2,000 plus square foot property plus another garage and a studio. Let's not start with that assumption. This has been on the market for years because people knew this was a very difficult place to build on, and that wouldn't really allow us to have the purchaser much space. So I think if we can, not start with that assumption of what they'd like and start assumption of what this space actually fits, that I think would be a good way to go. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Ian Noyes. Ian, are you there? If so, you're muted.
Sorry. My name is Ian Noyce, and we are the neighbors on the south side, 2634 Montrose Place. I think a number of the issues that we've outlined in our letter, have been spoken to, or at least brought up. I think for us, the ones that we would highlight are just the way that initially, as this was discussed with us, it was a single structure. Now it's turned into two structures. That impacts the overall width. The orientation, which has been spoken to, basically means that the structures are now basically pushing up against both of the minimum setbacks on each side of the property. The property line, as has already been discussed, is still kind of a matter of discussion, or at least from our standpoint, we're having independent surveys done to try to figure that out. There's certainly concern about the impacts of construction and privacy and light and all that sort of stuff that are related to that. I think the only other comment that maybe would be new, or we've been listening to all the different discussions of all the past designs, and it seems like this is the design itself. I mean, if there was a stair-stepped approach and a narrower on the property, maybe that's a solution. It just seems like right now the current design just maximizes the width across what is already a narrow lot, and basically increases the impact on both of the neighbors. So these are the kind of the nature of our concern. I think it's spelled out pretty well in the letter. I hope you'll read it so you can see a little bit more in detail kind of what some of our concerns are. So I think the county has also noted that, given just the slope of this lot, it may even be unbuildable. Maybe that's why it has been sitting there for so long. So I'll be curious to see what all the various reports are that are put together, but you see our concerns outlined in the letter. I think the last thing I'd say is we very much are open to more dialogue and discussion, and we've tried to be proactive about that, and it's actually not happened much. So even the previous discussion with the previous designers seemed like there was a lot of engagement with neighbors, and we would welcome that. There really hasn't been much. Maybe it's because it's so early in the process, but we certainly hope for more as this goes forward. So thank you for your consideration, and we appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Please raise your hand if so. Okay, looks like that was it. And Alex was flipping through the letters. Alex, did you open up the Mission Canyon letter by chance? I
did. Let me put it again. They are supportive. They said it's lower than the existing houses on each side, and they don't have that's basically what they say.
Okay.
Brief letters.
Okay, then we're bringing it back to the board then for comments, starting with Member Frosher comments.
Well, there's a lot of issues here, to be sure. And I do think we could work with the height requirements if some of the other issues can be dealt with. Now, the survey contentions, that really needs to be worked out before we go any further, because if people are all getting separate surveys and trying to reach a conclusion as to everyone agreeing on property lines, that's pretty basic. That should happen first. I think the oak trees are really, really important along the road. And so I support working around them. I also could support, turning the house if that helps solve some of the other problems. But I think it's true that there could be more representation done of how the neighborhood works for us to be able to determine this. And I think we're going to need story poles for sure. But there's so many other things you may want to work on before you do story poles.
Okay. Thank you. Member Verdiak, comments?
Yeah, I think it's a practical and imaginative solution to a very difficult problem. And, I think, my feeling at the moment is so far so good. It's hard to do that. And I'd like to see the site, but at the moment, I feel positive about this approach.
Okay. Member Peugeot, comments?
Well, it's definitely different. I agree with both previous comments. I think, we're a little bit not ready. At least I am not ready to pass judgment on this project now. I think the issue, the property line issues. I was looking at the survey. It's a reputable surveyor. I have no doubts on that, but I wonder if there's anything else that I'm missing. It's a complex project. It's hard to draw because of all the angles and so forth. It's hard to understand. The scope is somewhat reasonable. I don't see that being like a huge house or anything else. It doesn't quite work great. It works. It avoids the trees. It gets the cars in and out. I'm not sure if it's the best solution to the site, but I understand that. I guess the location of the garage is the prime determinant, the prime design determinant. I wonder if it could be maybe placed closer to the street. The rotation of the house has been discussed. I'm not really feel strongly one way or the other. It seems like we create more grading and we create height issues. Right now, the project does not require any modifications, the way I understand it. I don't know. There are many variables. What obviously is needed is maybe more communication with the neighbors. And I understand that they're unhappy. They've been enjoying, basically enjoying property, both of them on both sides, that is not really theirs, but they've been encroaching on that lot. The lot has been empty. It seems like open space, and it's not open space. It has an owner, and it has a potential for development. And all of these are very hard things. I'm struggling with all of that at this point. That's what I can say. The design seems fine. The flat roof, it's, I don't know, a little bit odd, but it can probably work out. There seems to be a green roof on top of the garage element. It's hard to really visualize because of the terms, the fact that the buildings don't really sit on the ground. They're raised. They have cantilever areas where the parking is. It's a complex design. I would like to see story poles, but I'm not sure if this is really the final design. I'm sorry I cannot be more clear. It's just I don't have a whole understanding of the property.
Okay. Thank you. Member Richards?
Yes. the project is approached, keeping the oak trees intact there between the street and, where the home and the garage are proposed. That works well to kind of create some buffering between the street. And it'd be helpful here to see some type of diagram that shows like the full footprint of the neighboring structures, as well as like the neighboring structures and elevation that are behind it, to kind of evaluate some of these site issues which the neighbors are bringing up. Obviously, the property line is an issue here, so I think maybe that should be resolved, and that would help inform the orientation of this structure on the building. And also, I think that the styling of this home fits in well to kind of the tree, nature of this property. And I could see some additional oak trees kind of be planted around it, and the thing would just kind of hide into the site. I like the approach of it. I think there's just kind of some unknowns here that come back to help inform the whole design of those a little bit more.
Okay, Vice Chair Bloomer, comments?
Can I see the west elevation, please? I just had a suggestion to think about, and then I'll just had a couple of quick comments. Can you blow it up a little bit?
West elevation, okay, right here.
Right there you are.
House.
Yeah, that's fine. Actually, it's perfect. So, generally, before I start, I like the architecture. I like the style of it. I like the materiality of it. I think formally, just the form of the object is pleasing, and the fenestrations are nice, and the architecture is organized and great, as usual from Mr. Sheldon. So, the suggestion I had is, whenever we have these kind of, and I don't mean this in any differential way, I'm just saying, whenever we have a box on a hill, the move sometimes is to put the windows on the face of the downhill side of the building, and then you have a balcony, which is a very reasonable thing to do. I was just wondering, as a suggestion, I think sometimes there's this impression of having somebody looking down onto you, and just the kind of the gesture of it. Sometimes I think it's helpful to like punch out the openings so that the glazing line starts further back from the actual face of the building. Allows some room between the actual limit line of the glazing to the actual exterior of the building, and then the deck projects out. So, so obviously if somebody walks out there, they can enjoy that. But just thinking about punching that out a little bit, so it doesn't feel just like like the cannery on the hill, you know what I mean? I hate to say it that way, but just like, like in a kind of utilitarian box with no articulation in the facade. So, and I don't want to necessarily carry that as a comment with a lot of weight. I just think it's a suggestion to kind of create some light and shadow and punch to the form. So when you're looking at it from a distance or from down below, it just has a little bit more movement. That's the thought I've been having looking at it, but I don't know. It could be an out of line thought. The only other comment I had to say that I had to bring to this is I think there's two things to do. It's kind of just in terms of process. I think the next step of this project, or a next step of this project, might be to come back with a more diagrammatic understanding of the project that's going to help land some arguments and give us a basis of scientific review so that we can invite the neighborhood and into the discussion and actually look at it scientifically. I mean, obviously the North House elevation 6 shows, a nice scientific description of how, the envelope is created. But I think like was mentioned by the public speakers, that there was some nice diagrammatic work that was done that helped the neighbors in the last project. And I think that might go a long way. And I would caution to kind of try and do that before I start jumping around trying to redesign this thing, because it may already work fine. Or we often go full circle with these design problems, right? The first idea is pretty damn good usually, and then we go around trying stuff and we come back to the original idea. So why not test it out before we start shoving it around? And I would say the second thing is just, let's get some reasonable neighborhood outreach going and get some folks educated between now and the next meeting, and then see where we end up, and then maybe talk about adjustments or changes if they really are warranted, and then and then story polling. I kind of agree with the argument. You could twist this thing around a couple of different directions, and you make some problems go away and start some new ones. And it's everybody's got a view, and it's just I don't know that shoving this thing around a lot is going to actually change anything about it. I think it's more about understanding it first. So that's my comments. Sorry to the planner, Alex. I guess my comments, to be succinct, are study the west elevation, come back with more diagrammatic drawings, and reach out to your neighbors. Those are my 3 comments. I probably should have just said it like that the first time. Sorry, everybody. I love the sound of my own voice, though.
I understood all that, and I think that I concur. I think more sort of site analysis and presentation of what are the factors affecting the site and why was it designed this way may go a long way to help us understand, and the neighbors and the neighborhood to understand why it's came to this conclusion. I think I don't have much else to add. I think there was a lot of good comments in there, but other than make sure to put the critical root zones on the plan and maybe an arborist report on those trees. And I think definitely get the landscape architect involved, because I think that's going to be a major component of this project with regards to screening and privacy and whatnot. But other than that, I don't have a whole lot more to add. I think I like the house kind of turned and going with the slope. I think that's smart. It's not just another box, squared up to the property line like everywhere else. So it's unique, and I think it's a nice solution. But I do think we need more information. So any other last comments from board members? Questions?
Well, I was just thinking that the whole issue of the stormwater management on a site like this seems like an opportunity for some creative landscape solutions.
Yeah.
And it is an issue for the property below.
Okay. And so Alex Tuttle, do you need clarification on any comments or?
Well, I can tell you what I got so far. I don't know if this fully covers it, but I got challenging site, need to resolve property survey. BAR supports preserving the oak trees as a buffer from the street, show critical root zones on plans. BAR supports rotating the house if it solves some of the other issues. Site visit with story poles will be required at the appropriate time. Project scope in terms of size seems reasonable. Provide more graphics that depict the entirety of adjacent development on the site plan and elevations to better understand the relationship of project to adjacent development. Consider more diagrammatic renderings to depict how the project ties into the site. Consider more articulation on south. Is it the south elevation or west?
West.
Southwest elevation to create more shadow and movement. BAR encourages applicant to reach out to neighbors and provide conceptual landscape plan, including how drainage would be handled.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. There was also a couple people mentioned, if it helps the project, to consider moving the garage closer to the street. But given the, extra parking, who knows? But we'll at least leave that open for them to explore. Just looking at your 12-foot opening, that might need to increase. It'd be hard to get into that right side garage and then back out. So yeah, examine the driveway entry width. To verify usability from driveway or from garage. Okay, does the applicant have any questions, need clarification?
No, I think I agree with all that. This is what I expected. I wanted to show you a difficult site, and planning was kind of scratching their heads too about some of the rules. So we will go forward. And just a question about that survey. The survey, I depend on that survey being correct. So, and I think all you architects and landscape architects do. I've never had one wrong, but that survey is the survey. So I guess what you're saying is it's a property. I've never quite had that comment of, are we having to resolve property line? What kind of issues do need to be resolved before we come in next time? Because
well, I think it just goes back to addressing public comment. So just, talk to the neighbor and just double check, verify that that is indeed the correct property line. As you said, it probably is. And so I think it's a discussion with the neighbor, not really concerning for us unless there's an issue.
Okay.
I think the point too, just to chime in, sorry, is that just for everybody's benefit, like, we can't demand that you go knock on doors and talk to all your neighbors. I mean, if that's not feasible or possible or safe or whatever, don't do it. But we have noticed that if you guys generally work together in the neighborhood and then come back kind of unified or clear about what your issues are, it makes it easier for us to move things forward. If we have to play arbitrator here between the applicant and the neighborhood, it just goes slower, and so I think the general comment is just to go do some outreach and some door knocking and give people a chance to get caught up and understand this thing, because I feel like even us professionals sometimes have a hard time interpreting these drawings and diagrams, right? So then there's just what it's like being there, and nobody knows that better than the people in the neighborhood. So
yeah, and also
to be clear, we have talked to them, okay, and the owner has met with them a few times and outreach both neighbors. I've talked to the southern neighbors, so this isn't like we just showed up and threw the set the plan. So we're very aware of their disappointment with the property line. So I don't want you guys to leave to think I just showed up and didn't care about that. The owners have taken care of conversations with both neighbors.
Yeah, and it might just be a quick check back in with the surveyor. I just had a property where they had, we thought we had an extra 10 feet, but turned out it was a drafting error or something. So maybe just a quick double check on with the surveyor. But I think otherwise, I think you got the gist.
Yeah, I got it.
So thank you, sir, and we'll see you whenever you come back.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the 8th and final item of the day. The Pharmacy for Cannabis Retail Storefront. Request of Graham Farrar for preliminary approval of a cannabis storefront retail business located at 6555 Pardal Road in Isla Vista. This request includes proposed signage for the dispensary. It will occupy a 940 square foot building, proposed to construct an 85 square foot vestibule addition for security check-in. Total building square footage 1,025, including interior and exterior building improvements. 1,075 square foot of landscaping is proposed, and no grading over 50 yards is proposed. The project includes a total of 4 off-site parking spaces on a 0.10 acre parcel, and last seen September 24th. Do we have the applicants here? State your name for the record, please.
Yes, Kent Mixon, architect from Androlitis Mixon Architects, and I believe we have Nicole from CJM Landscape Architects on as well.
Okay, I tried to promote her earlier and she declined, so I'm trying it again. I don't blame her.
I think if you start, whoever's controlling the sheets, if we can start on, I think it's page 12 for the elevations.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read through the comments also first, real quick.
Okay.
Kent, just couple, 4 pretty short ones. A, well-conceived and executed project. B, study ways to improve existing roof access stairway. C, increase scale and landscape plans. D, olives appear overcrowded, restudy plant density by exit. So Leah, maybe you can help get Nicole into the panelists realm. It doesn't seem to work for me. Okay, and then I'll pass it back to you, Kent, and you can get started.
Okay, I'll start and hopefully Nicole can jump in here at the end. Yeah, that sheet right there is the elevations we should start on. I think you guys all remember this project from a couple weeks ago. And just before we kind of jump into it, I know I saw you filtering through the letter from the planner. It was always our intention to submit this thing for final review and approval. And then I know the original agenda said preliminary, and then the planner has issued, and I'm not sure if Ray is on. She was going to try to be, but she issued that memo to you guys that it is ready for final. So whatever we can do would be appreciated. So I'll jump in here. The changes that we did from last meeting are pretty minimal. The mass and everything stays pretty much as it is. The square footage doesn't change. The changes that we did do are on that wood element of the front mass, kind of where the signage is there in the top middle. We did lower that down back to the height that it is currently. And the reason we were adding height to that initially is we were trying to allow that area to act as our mechanical screen. But as we started getting into the mechanical design, it didn't make sense to have the equipment there. We were going to have to run ducts across the roof and other things, which were not real efficient. And we didn't want them poking up above any parapets and so forth either. So we did add the mechanical screen at the back of the building that you see there. And that is, Nicole is actually texting me. Oh, she's on. Okay. Yes, there. And then that is just a flat metal mechanical screen with slats with gaps in between, like an inch gap. And that would be kind of a bronzy color, and I'll get into the colors later on. And then we provided door and window. We just kind of started diving into some of the details with all the door and window schedules and details, and some exterior details, and kind of working out those issues. Regarding the roof access, you can see there on that you just kind of scanned down. It's in that third elevation down. That's an existing ladder that we were planning on reusing. And we did study looking at trying to not have something on the exterior, perhaps gain access through the interior. The interior of this place is so tight. We're using, built like a boat. We're using almost every inch of this place. And we felt that it's on the back of the building. It's not really seen from anywhere. And we prefer not to have ladders tilted up against the building, because as soon as that happens the first time, then flashing and everything else gets destroyed and dented and so forth. So we were proposing to keep that. So that kind of deals with the comments that were made from last time. But if we want to go into page 14, the colors.
Actually, while we're on this page, well, we can go back. I can do that for questions. I was just wondering if that little vestibule, did that change in style? It seemed like that was more of a glass box last time, or is it the same?
No, it's the same.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly what the mullions, we added those lower horizontal mullions to that because of the size of the glass that we were contending with, not necessarily on that side, but the other side, that elevation below. It would kick us into a more structural type glass based on the size of those openings. So we're just trying to keep those still minimal and keep with the original concept, and maximize that little glass box basically.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
On 14, page 14, we can kind of talk about the colors. So before we had the window frames and so forth were a black color. And after looking at some of the finishes a little bit closer, we've decided to go to more of a bronze. It's a little bit of a warmer color. I also updated the photo that down lower on the page of how this wood ages over time. You can see in that middle photo that has like the wood and the wood frame, that's how it starts out where the cursor is now. And that's exactly the same material that this building on the left was built with. I don't know if you guys recognize that. That building is out at UCSB. It was a new project that was done recently out by the towers on Stork. And then it ages to what you see there and very close to the material that we have with the frame in the photo to the right. So we felt that the more bronzy, warmer tones fit better than the kind of the stark black with that. It's just a little bit of a warmer scenario. And then the plaster didn't change. That's still the same plaster that we had on the other masses of the building prior as well. I think that deals with the colors, but I'll get into the lights in a little bit here. But if we go to the signage, which is on page 4. So the idea is that they have this one simple signage, which is representative of their logo on this wood portion, which is almost in the center of the site and in line with the approach to the site as well. So it lines up nicely there. The idea of these letters are a metal channel letter that's backlit that provides a soft glow behind them. And they would be out of probably of a bronzy color as well to kind of match with some of the other finishes that we have on the building. And then if we go to sheet 7, this kind of shows the site, and the other change that we made to the site plan was how we were dealing with the site lighting. I don't know if you remember before, we had some pole lights kind of scattered throughout the site. And we've decided in evaluating those that they just kind of seem to be visually in the way and more of a distraction than anything else. So the pink dots that you see in the landscaping are these ballards that are about, I think, 3 feet tall. And the idea is that they would provide a much more subdued lighting and not be visually interrupting with these vertical elements like we had prior. The other part of that is along this south, or it's actually the east, but it's the lower edge, the lower planter there. That building that's adjacent to us there pretty much spans the whole site. And that's a 16-foot wall that's just this blank wall. So to have any of these pole lights against that seem to be somewhat kind of problematic and crowded there too. So these bollards, we feel, work a little bit better. And then we still have the same step lights, the lights around those can lights around the building, or the canister cylinder lights around the building. And then Nicole would have some lights down in the trees as well. And with that, I'll let her step in and talk more about the site.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Horn, landscape architect with CJMLA. And landscape starts on page 25. So thank you. We haven't really changed much about the landscape. The only change really is the design of the pavers. You can see here we have kind of a slightly different color pattern in the pavers. Before it was kind of a thinner band. And again, these are a wave paver from Stepstone, and they're, you know, we're taking cues from the logo, which you just saw in the signage where there's kind of like a sun over the water. And then there's another minor change. We removed one of the olive trees that was near the trellis at the back of that glass pavilion. So that's gone now. The comment we received earlier was that it was kind of overcrowded back there with the trellis. And then we have another minor change. We had a tree, an olive tree and a tree grate in that back employee patio, and that's now just going to be in landscape area in grade.
All right.
So I guess we could go, we could talk about that trellis a little bit. So you can see here in plan, that trellis structure, what we're really thinking is that it's going to be more of a an art piece. So if we could skip to the details, you can kind of.
What page would that be?
I think it's a couple pages down.
Yeah, it's like 29, I think.
You'll see it when it comes up.
What's a planting plan there? So there's a little detail of it, and it's just a kind of a quick idea at this point. But what we're kind of thinking and moving towards is, again, sticking with that ocean concept, that this would be like a barrel. So you're like a wave coming over the walkway, and it would be kind of cut back so that you get that peeling sense of a wave. And then we'd have vines kind of growing up over it. And the idea was always that it would kind of be a really cool, like fun thing that people would maybe put on Instagram, you know, something that just kind of is a wow moment, you know, as you're exiting the retail building. So we're kind of still working on that, but that's the general idea. And we do want it to be like that art piece. These are just other standard details. These are the irrigation drawings. So if you want to go back up to the planting, we could just, yeah. So there was that comment about removing the olive tree behind the pavilion, sort of in that corner there between the trellis. Yes, we've got some larger specimen plants instead. So you'll see that through the glazing, and then you'll see the trellis. Other than that, I don't think we really have many other changes. The planting plans were pretty well developed the last time we came here. I think the other comment was that we received was about changing the scale of the plans. So they're much bigger now, they're quarter scale.
All right. Anything else from the applicant?
No, I think that's it. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. All right. Questions from the board? Anyone? I had a question. It's a little late in the game, but I was just looking at this last time, and the conundrum with the existing ramp and entering and coming around and then exiting and going out that way. And it's probably not possible, but was there any thought given to eliminate that ramp, and could you exit through the bike parking to get out, or is that just too crowded? And just thought I'd ask the question at the end.
Well, we'd still need the ramp. I mean, even if it was through the bike parking, it would have to be ramped.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't know that we have the run for that ramp.
I see.
So the problem with it running through the bike parking would be the conundrum of the level areas of, dealing with bikes on a ramp and so forth. It drops about 18 inches, I recall, or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Quite
a bit. Yeah, okay. Then no worries. Just random, because I just see this thing being, but it is what it is. No problem. Thank you for answering that question. Any other questions? Go ahead, Nicole.
I was just going to say, the idea is there will be someone there. There's a little kiosk shown But a staff person will be directing people right at that first entry before the ramp.
Okay, perfect.
I had a question I forgot to ask. There are usually security measures associated with these dispensaries in terms of like privacy or like the corner of the glass, milky glass, so you cannot see inside. What kind of security measures do you have? Or are they required for this kind of?
Well, they have, like I said, they'll have, there's a little box kind of shown just inside the gate as you go as you walk through the gate off the sidewalk, there's to queue to the queuing area if there happens to be a line. Yeah, that area right there. There will be someone there from a security standpoint checking IDs and just kind of, I think, keeping general eye on what's happening on site, because I don't know if you're aware, but there's no loitering allowed on these sites. There's no partaking in any of the goodies that you purchase on these sites. So all of that is strictly looked at and scrutinized, and they keep an eye on that. The other security checkpoint is at the vestibule where you come in. That's where the IDs will be checked again. There's a whole computer system that you're only allowed to buy a certain amount per day. So that system is all interlinked, and they would know if someone had been at the store prior and that sort of thing, purchasing product. So that's the other security.
More to architectural features. Maybe in another project, I think all the windows had to be translucent, but not transparent. Do you have that? I mean, like these windows in the front, do they have that?
I don't think that's a regulation.
No, and we didn't do it on the store that's on Mission Street either. We did that one for the same owner. This, I can't see that there would be even the same issue with this. We do have windows obviously that face the front, but there's no displays or anything in the windows, and you're quite a distance off the sidewalk to be able to even discern anything. I mean, most of the boxes and product in these stores are, like the size of a cigarette carton, type of thing. You couldn't discern really anything.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
Don't worry about it, Alex. Nobody will be able to see you in there shopping.
I'd rather go to the Mission Street, dispensary, which is too blocks.
You can walk there from your house. That's much better. You stumble home.
Other questions? Okay. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item? If so, raise your hand. Okay, back to the board for comments. Mr. Richards.
I'll stick with the positive comments I gave at the last meeting. I think it looks like a great project. I support it.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak.
No, I have no comments.
All right, Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, beautiful project. Well done.
All right, Ms. Frusher.
I agree. I really like this project. And the Instagram moments, nice little feature.
And Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Bloomer.
No, I think it's fine. I think it's a great project. It's like over the top. It's amazing.
Okay, I concur. Nice work. So what can we get an indication from staff as to whether or not this can be here for final? I think that's what we had.
I think they said it could be, but it's
Well,
not
it looks like it's only
agendized.
agendized for preliminary, unfortunately.
So it can go final on consent.
Final on consent, yeah.
But at the bottom of the page, it says, from our last comments, project may return for a prelim final, but no go, no dice.
No dice.
Okay, sorry about that. So someone want to make a motion then?
I'll make a motion for preliminary approval as submitted with the final to return on consent.
I'll second that.
The applicant will not even have to show up. It will be an automatic approval, I guess.
What was that, Alex? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I don't think the applicant needs to show to attend, but you know,
Okay.
it will be an, you know.
What are you, high?
Okay, Valerie seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries. Well done. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay, that was the final item of the day. Someone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Go Val.
Yeah, right. Really going out on a limb on that one.
Yeah. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Hi. Hi, guys.
Aye.
Carries.
Okay. Have a good weekend.
Nice job,
Happy
Chris. Very
Halloween.
smooth today. Thanks, Alex, for driving, man.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. That was helpful. You're really good at it.
Take care.
You're such
Bye.
a good driver, Alex.